There we go. Slightly different layout tonight so everybody can fit in.
Well, we need Rasvin.
Well, Rasvin is obviously in the privy.
How do we know if someone's scrying on
He's
us?
got the
Can anyone
squirts.
else determine if we're being scryed on other than Rasvin?
No.
Well, housekeeping first of all.
Housekeeping?
Housekeeping! So, obviously we've got a lot of people at the table tonight, more so than normal, which is going to make it utterly chaotic. So once we start properly, try to avoid slipping out and talking about other stuff, because it'll just devolve into massive distraction. You won't get anything accomplished.
Let's go shopping.
I don't mind a bit of shopping, but if we start talking about other stuff, then your 4 hours will disappear. You realise you haven't planned how to take the tower. So try and stay on topic once we start properly. I'm quickly going to go round, because we've got people who haven't necessarily adventured together and some other characters, and established what representing which characters. So Harriet, you're representing
Harbinger and Father Howl.
Harbinger and Father Howl.
Yeah.
John, you're representing
Gartok and Seleth.
Ross.
Dramos, Nazak, and Fred.
Okay, triple threat over there. Gaz.
The best one ever, just Gunther.
Just Gunther, the mechanical hero.
That's all you need.
Lee.
Jack and Stavros.
Okay. Archie.
Malamir, Saint of Gar.
Saint
Mrs. Stonewall.
Oh yeah.
Of the Stonewall Adventuring Company Limited.
CEO, Stonewall Boys.
Okay, down the end there.
What am I going to tell will be Bron.
Bron.
Druid.
I've got Captain Percival Wainwright and Scuttle.
Scuttle. What a guy.
We've got Till, the Cleric of Imogen, the best Cleric of Imogen. Obviously.
I've got something to say about that.
Well,
I see.
he's not really a cleric.
Standing at 6'2" and weighing £289.
Did you just say Goris?
It is Dagger Belinsky.
No. You got to do the full thing if you're going to introduce yourself like that. You coming in at 6'2" and weighing.
Undisputed Dragonborn. That you're a wrestler. You should be like,
It's Dagger Belinsky.
If we did that for everyone, we'd be heading to 12. So
If
if you do it for one, you gotta do it for all. It's only fair.
All right, so Dagger Belinsky, Sam.
Crassus, more commonly known as Crab Man.
Crab.
Half crab, half man, or just...
he has to go through doorways.
Oborin and Khalil.
Borin and Khalil.
Olive and Reinhold.
Olive and Reinhold. Obviously, we were waiting for Darren then, who's going to cover Rasvin and maybe Duke. I don't know if Duke's still hanging around. And Dave, who will be covering Corin. He's probably not here because he owes money.
Jarek. And Jarek.
And Jarek, no doubt.
Jarek the jerk.
Jack is like Jarek.
Okay, so I will hand the floor over to Harriet, no doubt, who's organised the meeting. On timeline factors, you've all been up on various things. So I've established a high-level party who've been off to the north. They are exhausted, but they have managed to have a full rest. They've come back the morning after the Ardeneth Cross incident in the tower. A number of the Helvetians got turned to undead, and it was pandemonium up in the top. Some people may have dropped from the high tower window to do.
Onto other people.
Okay, others of you have been dreaming and doing other things, but essentially everybody has had a full rest. The only people who are exhausted is high level party. So immediately after coming back, you've decided you want to deal with the issue with town at last.
Yeah.
So decided to call everyone to a meeting. Where would you like everybody to have the meeting?
Where do you think, Reinhold? Where do you have this meeting?
Well,
Toby's.
I would say next to the altar. So bring him up the tower.
We don't have a blood up there, we're going to clean it yet.
We would have had a scrub.
It's more in keeping with the decor.
No, 8 hours has passed since the point of the Ardenath battle, so we're actually come back
So we've
into the
had a
morning.
day.
Yeah, the janitor's been there
The
every fucking morning.
There's a smashed
Okay,
window up there.
the gem was removed from the altar as well.
I would have attempted to try and put it back in.
Okay, who had the gem actually?
I pass it on.
You passed it on. Okay, so that being the case, the top is flung off. Ardeneth ripped the top off the altar to get it out.
I would have, if Gartok wouldn't have been there, I would
No.
try and find some able-bodied people and tell them not to touch stone.
It was
Get
relatively
it back.
able-bodied.
I would have helped you with that because I don't know them.
So you lift up the stone. There's still a glow from it, but black lines are now through the stone, like thick veins running over the surface of it, and there's a crack. Would you still put it in with that knowledge?
No. Flip it.
Not battery in your remote control. No, so you're going to keep it. You're going to keep it clear of the altar.
I'll keep clear of the altar. I don't know enough about it.
All right, so we'll put a pin in that for the moment. You call a meeting in the tower. So up in the top level of the tower, if you haven't been there, this one corner room here has a huge stained glass window which overlooks a round altar which has the symbol of Darius on the top. At the time that you all come up here, the top of the altar has been thrown off and is at an angle on the floor. There are pews around the room giving seating looking into the central area. That is where you'll have your meeting.
Some of them got destroyed, didn't they?
The corridors up here there are indications there's been a fire here recently. The walls are burned.
The stained glass window got smashed as well.
Yeah, there's a sorry?
2 smashed windows.
2 smashed windows. The lower part of the stained glass window is broken in a hole that's certainly large enough for a body to go through.
Watch out for the top step, it's a little bit slippery as well.
Yeah, everybody's
Grease is the word, but we put some sand down on that.
A bit of sand and salt.
So the meeting, I'll hand it over to Harbinger to...
The first thing I would ask is for Raspin to determine whether we're being watched at all. Can we assume that he would... Let's say he's doing that, and if he can't do that, then...
Rasvin will confirm there are no scrying orbs in this room
Okay.
at this time.
They're scrying squares.
Yeah. Alright. The Chura is here, by the way. She's hidden. She told me. Alright.
Try to see if I can see her. 18.
No.
She's here in spirit.
Yeah, I'll probably be one of the last to arrive through the door.
Okay. Close the door behind you, Till.
Affirmative.
Laurie will stay outside the room.
Okay.
Guard the door.
If you're here, it's because you believe that you can play an important role in taking back the city.
No, you can't come in.
I'll check the door. I'll be Harbinger.
Is that Kellen?
No, it's just it's one of the Helvetians. Laurie's turning away. She's heading back towards the gun.
Why does he want to come in? Quick, let's go investigate him.
He's right, White.
Well,
Was I supposed to be looking for that?
yes, after...
All right, well, I promise from now on, if their eyes are white, I will mention it.
Fully white.
Fully white.
Fully white.
Ah.
There's white in their eyes.
Okay, so...
Sorry!
Okay. I have to introduce a talking stick for Laurie. I don't recognise all of you here, but I presume you know what has happened to the city and the stakes. The man who has taken the city is taking captive magic users and removing their hands and tongues, then draining them like batteries in order to make him and his other mages stronger. So you might face a mage that is weaker than you but still has spells far beyond anyone's capability in this tower at the moment. They activate these spells usually through rings on their hands. So, if you can somehow prevent them from using those rings or using their hands, I mean, that's an excellent way to stop a magic user casting a lot anyway. But those rings are what's being used to get that power. And if you find a ring or you face someone, you should be extremely careful. I would suggest that you bring it to probably Raspin or Corim or one of the others here at this table who can deal with it. They've also been using Janai stones. You probably have all heard of Janai stones. Who have not encountered a Janai stone?
I'll probably be muttering.
Crabman raises a claw.
I'll be muttering about them to the people who were with us at the top of the tower.
Is that the thing that he got?
Yeah.
So, a Janai stone, well, the Janai was originally this artifact which supposedly Temperance used to create the world. When she did it, the gem shattered and fell all over the planet, charging up other stones. These stones are, again, immensely powerful, but also extremely dangerous. They can be charged in a number of ways. They have been used as bombs. Gondok's arm once became consumed by Janai stones, so if you even touch them...
Don't touch a Janai stone.
Yes.
And what if I have already touched the nice stuff?
Worry.
Barehanded.
Maybe you should... Have you seen a position since you touched the stone?
Maybe the
I don't know what that means.
Have you been to
Have you seen
one
a
of the
cleric?
clerics? After we're done here, speak to Till.
And vinyl.
Well, the main Janai stone that powers the altar was removed by our Dragonborn friend. Yeah.
Okay. And that's cracked.
It was not Dragonborn. It was not
it.
Dagger that removed the stone. It was the man in black armor.
Yes,
he
on
took
and
it
off,
out
yeah.
and
He picked up afterwards.
Yeah.
Stole that. You somebody flipped out his hand.
I'm not sure needs to be put back in. I don't know if Raspin. We say he's on the John, is he, or what?
I think he's reading up on assaulting a city.
You said I could use it for a bomb?
I would not advise it. The users of the Janai stone are suicide bombers. They die alongside those that they
I
intend to
bet the
kill.
lizard goes in.
What did you say about me?
Nothing.
When a Janai stone explodes, it's incredibly painful. Not many here could survive it.
Yeah.
most of you seem temperate people. It's one of the largest buildings in town. It took we encountered one Janai stone, it attracted other Janai stones, and the explosion took a building that size down.
Speaking to a man who single-handedly took on an undead army at the top of these stairs.
Gunther's getting moist.
I'm mentioning these items because they are dangerous items that are being used by our enemies. You should be aware of them, you should be wary of them, and don't misuse them. Don't be drawn to the same level of corruption that they are in using these items. Slightly different from the town, but something of importance that I do want to mention at this beginning point as well, before we get on to planning. There are 12 thrones that we know of in this area of the world, which hold avatars inside it. 12, so 2 for each god. Oh, the 6 prime deities, obviously. Darius, Gar, Imogen, Sardonyx, Peridot, and Alive. Yeah.
Yeah, does anyone here worship Fade?
No. Everybody's like... all the high levels shudder to the sound of it.
These thrones typically look like an actual seat, but they not always. They don't always look like a seat. If you go near it, you will be able to hear the avatar, and they will try and consume your body. They will.
That happened to me.
They will take you over,
Oh, so boring.
and you will
Yeah.
lose control of yourself.
If you're looking for a nat 20 roll,
You mean like soil yourself?
That is the least of your worries.
So I just
I can say you don't saw it yourself, but it's horrible.
The efforts we had to go to in order to remove one of these avatars from Olborin, we can't do that for anyone else. But there's no chance that we can keep doing that.
But we found that if you destroy the throne, you destroy the link to the avatar.
Yes. But, again, breaking one of these thrones can be really, really dangerous.
We destroyed one in the Temple of Resurrection, and we destroyed one in the pyramids. The division.
It's just, I'm just telling you that they exist, because if you see a throne like that and you hear a voice in your head, or you see one of your allies walking towards it with an eager look in their eye,
your deity,
then you should be worried.
it will sound exactly like a god you've spoken to if you've been reached by your god. To the point you won't be able to tell the difference.
Is there anything else, just general points that we need to warn everyone about before we get on to what everyone thinks we should do about this town?
Sorry.
Olive.
Do you know about the person in the basement? The lady in the lake? At all? The hag?
Lady of the Lake? In the basement, Corin?
Which lady are we referring to? He told me personally as Dave, or?
No, we're live, Dave. We're live.
In the cellar, did you say?
Oh, it's there's a small section you've got to climb up, and then you rope down 60 foot, and then there's a little hidden thing where all these weird little red bats were, and there's a lake which a horrendous looking woman spoke to us. It was a reflective lake, and she promised everything we wanted.
In the base of the tower.
Can someone turn that tap off?
Are you okay, Olive?
It's dripping. It's constant.
But like when we was down by the water.
Yes. That water that spoke to us, there's more to her. And she's in the tower. But nobody knows.
I don't believe she's in the tower. She is a being of great power, certainly. But she's not in the tower presently. I think she can affect part of the tower. But she's in a tree somewhere.
But these stones you talk about, she has one. She has a very large one. Blue, was it?
Mm-hmm.
Is it? It's a blue stone. Massive. And her hand dug in it.
Okay.
And if these stones are as dangerous as you say, and this being can touch a Janai stone at will and not suffer any major consequence, and that is a cause for concern.
I believe it is the source of her power. She was so old.
Did she call herself by anything, or show an allegiance to a god or person?
She lived in a massive tree in a beautiful wood, but herself was ugly. She mentioned no.
Well, her initial gambit was she was a divine being sent by the god of luck, Sardonyx.
Yes, Sardonyx. Sorry.
But that was a lie, evidently, a ruse.
Okay. I'm sure Corin will see to a thorough investigation of the basement.
It was where the dead man was found. You have to climb up through a hole. And
Yes, there's a rock spire towards the bottom of the tower,
There's also
which is hollow, and you can get inside.
There was a large plinth with an outline of a man, strange shadow on a plinth. When I touched it, I saw a strange ritual. People exploding around. People in strange dress. I'm not familiar with any of it.
What kind of dress?
I can't remember what dress it was.
They were wearing what appeared to be
red robe.
They had
black
tunics, but they had tabars that were red in design, black edging.
So, mainly red. It was a strange vision. Felt like I was right there.
Down below as well.
Yes.
How is it exactly you got down below? Are we talking about in the
tower, in the main living quarters of the tower, where the survivors are, there is a hole about 30 or so feet up.
Next to the lake?
Yes.
The living quarters down in the caverns.
Yes.
We found a woman who knew that there was a creature was coming out of one of the pillars and killing people that were down there.
Right.
And she pointed out which pillar it was. And I believe the party ventured through the hole that was in the pillar.
I see.
Yes, we killed all the beasts that ravaged the woman, but we found something different, certainly.
By different, what do you mean?
Well, the lady in the lake for one, and this strange...
An altar as well to a dragon, a rough cut dragon with a dragon bones laid around with several offerings, an old pendant of Gar. And this is unexplored in the tower. And how long have you lot been here?
I just turned to Mum, yeah.
It's been a few months now. Certainly, it's. I was not aware of this.
It certainly warrants further investigation, but by what I'm gathering, there are more pressing matters.
Yes.
Sorry, I thought the stone was quite prevalent.
I think that's very
It's good that we all know, at least.
Yeah.
Yes.
Tell me of Ardenath Cross. Reinhold.
You must play them simultaneously like I do.
Well, he is dead, obviously.
Well, we think.
Again.
The first 4 times.
Yes. But, well, he's thankfully been dispatched. I'm very thankful for the people that we bumped into along the way. But we have lost a lot of Helvetians. I think about 50 odd or so. We are drastically down. Also, some of the blacksmiths, the people that were helping us keep the tower going, are gone.
You seem to have just snuck in and just killed so many people before we even really noticed.
There's also a civilian. His eyes were white. He was part of the encampment, but he was taken over by Cross. I killed him, obviously, but I don't know if it was his own will or something more sinister.
I find it very troubling, but there are more urgent matters that need attending to.
Yeah. We've got to find a way to stop. He's got to be coming back at the Halls of Resurrection.
He was after a lady. She jumped out of the window.
Yes.
We tried to rescue her, but what happened when we got to the bottom of the tower?
When you get to the bottom of the tower, her body's there. You try to save her.
Yeah.
As you lay your hands on her, her body partially collapses. It appears that she's dry and dust-like inside.
She has died, I've heard.
She jumped out of the window when Ardenath Cross was killed. I believe the two of them are linked.
And what of Cross's body?
I buried it outside of town, headless.
We need to burn it.
I do not believe either will.
It will
will
probably
matter.
not prevent it, but we need to burn it.
I can take
Maybe
you.
melt down his armour.
Somebody's taken his armour.
Somebody had that way, didn't
Somebody's had that plus 3 plate.
Whoever does take Ardenath's belongings needs to be aware that he has, in the past, returned from the dead on many occasions, and when he does, he has the power to take back his items by just looking at you.
They are not yours. They will always be his until he's dealt with.
He often carries incredibly powerful items, but yes, Gartok found he was able to just grab out into the air and they returned to him.
Not many can snatch a blade from my hands and He did it by looking.
I believe that Ardenath Cross is linked with Mother, who we've heard of.
Mother is one of the avatars
I think.
that we were talking about, who we think has been released from her throne.
I think that she is toying with Ardenath Cross. He must have crossed her or something.
How
It
do you
seems
know
to be.
that?
I attempted to remove a curse from him, and then me and Ngaro spoke, and we both believe that he's cursed to wander eternity to find Susnos. I believe she's been put there to tempt him, and he will do anything to get to her. That is his curse.
That's very interesting. We've not looked into that at all. Something to consider after we've taken the town.
Yes, and speaking of the town, have we got any people inside of town? Have we got any information coming in? Or have we... who's in there that we know?
We only
sending
know
a
of
few messages.
I can't remember his name. Who plays Burkus?
Matty.
Matty's got the other character.
Matthew sent me a message from Evandriel.
Because Evandriel went
Evandriel.
to town after her.
She hid in town for a while after the fall and was able to disguise herself and take a good look around inside the walls. The Elven Quarter was fine. There was no sign of any of Morfel's troops there. Although security was massively increased and there was more of an edge to that side of town. She slipped out to the main part and found that for the most part it was business as usual. The remaining townsfolk were carrying on with their day-to-day lives, but obviously things were different. They couldn't leave, they couldn't get crops. There was a market of sorts, but it's all a facade.
North Korea now, isn't it?
There were in excess of 100 warriors inside the two walls at the north part of town. Goblinoids of some sort, hobgoblins maybe. Certainly there were hobgoblins in town. She saw the main part of the guards within the town proper, not the outer wall, were hobgoblins, Goliaths, all who wore collars. The hobgoblins did not wear collars, and there were several other well-armoured figures, not as great a quantity, but they had grey skin and sunken faces. And then she took the opportunity to sneak out of town and make her way to the tower.
Was there any damage to any of the landmarks or anything like that, like in the temples?
The place was set on fire.
Oh yeah, but see what?
There was some damage to some of the buildings around the marketplace. The halls are intact. She didn't go and look at any of the temples.
Well,
If Roland Emmerich had directed the invasion, all of the landmarks would be gone.
Steamroll.
We know that Stan is serving under Ravaran's control. Tony has left the town, but he did say that the situation in the town was bad. Jeffrey, I believe Jeffrey is still in town.
My brother is still in town. He said he was aiding the others there. He could be trusted to do what we ask if we need his assistance.
When was the last time you were in contact with him?
It's been a few days, but
We can get one of the clothes to send.
Before we say any more, is there anybody here who has the ability to see invisible?
I may have already asked Raspin to do that.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Raspin is still looking around.
Yeah, Raspin is just.
Raspin still has the invisibility up, so he's monitoring.
He's our sentry.
Yeah. We know that Bo is still alive, but we do not know where he is. He did not.
Here he is.
His objections to magical weapons
It's drama.
also leads to the sending spell, it would appear. He did not like being asked questions. We do not know where Zelifor, Yanif, Deus, Ardenet,
Anyone
Hela,
magical.
Most likely in a box being shipped somewhere.
have not been able to contact anyone.
That's not true.
I'll sit with the cakes.
Davy and Marcus were both killed on the walls.
Right, so what are we doing? How do we start?
Well,
Ravran has to die.
yes.
You currently have see invisibility up and are monitoring for scrying.
Good.
Good. You're in the tower in the main temple room.
Okay.
The cover is off the altar, and the stone has been removed.
What? Sorry, what?
I'll have that cross things.
Ripped the lids off the altar, grabbed the stone out of the altar. Somebody then knocked the stone out of his hand.
Yeah.
And then we had a new invisible friend run round and pick it up with his bare hand, and keep it away from Arden's cross.
Okay.
So it's got a crack in it, there's black lines in it, and it's semi-drained. That's our understanding.
Right. What colour?
Red had it in my hands.
Red, isn't it?
With like black.
It's a green one, I think, isn't it?
Was it?
Yeah,
I can't remember.
it was replaced with a green
It
one.
was a pressure of a green one.
Oh, I thought we said it was red last time, but yeah.
Either way, I had
I
it.
think we used a red droplet thing, didn't we?
Yeah.
And that's why I was thinking.
So where is the stone now?
There, it's right next to you.
Yeah, I was gonna say like
It's on the floor at the moment.
It's on the floor.
Yeah.
That's where we like to leave our magic items.
I'll go over. I'll pick it up.
Okay.
Oh my god, I just gave
I'll
everyone a
walk
warning about this story.
You told us to be careful.
go Corey with exhaustion.
Oh, I'll sort this out.
Do as I say, as I do.
I'll go and place it back in the hole under.
Okay.
In the
So
altar.
Corin goes over to the altar where the
I'll try
recess is.
and help him.
You do know it's cracked, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And you
Kablamo.
place it back into the recess. Boom. Makes a heavy sound as you drop it into place.
Okay.
Let's get the top
All
on.
of us. Can you all make dexterity saving throws? The stone explodes.
I'll ask Gartok if he would help lifting the cover back on top.
I'll certainly have this.
I'm going to cast Death Ward on myself.
Yeah,
I've seen what happens.
You're casting Death Ward on
Yeah, I'm
yourself.
casting Death
Oh,
Ward on
boys, don't
myself.
walk
Alright.
near to the window.
Nazak will also help put
The altar is right next to the window.
back
Yeah,
up.
yeah, yeah. You'll be launched out.
So
Alright.
Gartok and Nazek will put the cover back on the altar.
So Gartok,
And we're all gonna die.
even with a grunt from you because of the weight of it,
No, that's helping.
you push the stone back on top of the recess. The light from the Janai stone disappears as the stone goes over the top.
I'll lay my hand on the altar and pray to Darius.
Oh, make a religion check for me, please.
We're all gonna die as the stone powers up and explodes.
You know I'm not good at this.
You're the head priest. You should be good at religion.
Gunka just takes a.
It's more of a bite.
Weirdly, religion is intelligence check.
I can technically assist him. I'm proficient in religion.
Oh dear.
I chuck some holy water on his head.
I'm not going to help. I'm just going to take out a bacon sandwich and rub it on my lap.
Get all the priests together.
Toby's bacon sandwich.
So he's just assume he doesn't hear me.
What do you get?
He's rolled a 3.
I've rolled a 3.
Can
Roll
we have-
pluses
can
on
we
it,
have
I say.
another roll?
A 3.
Jeez, I'm not sure.
You are. Well, no, I don't think you can assist him on it.
He's praying.
Not-
He's a Darius follower
How
as
he
well, though, isn't he?
I'm chucking some holy water in here.
Intelligent. Oh my god.
Intelligence based.
Why isn't it wisdom based?
I know.
I mean, really?
It's more knowledge
I
about
think it's
religion.
probably.
Okay, you place your hand on the cool altar. The stone is cold beneath your skin. You close your eyes and put your thoughts out towards Darius and hear nothing but silence.
This is not working.
Rejected.
I cannot tell. Darius has aided me greatly over the last few weeks. I cannot expect him to come answer me every time.
Would
Try
he
again.
answer to someone else?
It is possible.
I'll go over.
Okay.
And with what little religious knowledge I have, I'll
start doing what I think is praying.
Okay.
Everybody steps back.
What does Dagger think praying is?
Shield of faith.
Just sort of close his eyes, knelt on the thing, just thinking about that.
All right. I make a religion check with disadvantage, please.
I thought you were going to...
Double natural 20s.
When I do that one, all at once,
big dice.
check.
Ooh, as a natural 20 and a 16.
Ooh, what's your religion bonus? Zero. But you got a 16, did you?
They got a 20.
You're telling me you didn't get it so 20.
Hold on.
So you place your hand on the altar and try and extend your thoughts towards this entity. You hear just a glimmer of a voice. Dagger, I love you.
Yeah, we're only on one level of
That's my name. It's Dagger Belinsky.
because we're at level 2 at the moment.
Call upon Dallas. God of War.
Just eating a Toby's bacon sandwich.
Stonewall's boys are all eating bacon sandwiches.
Holy man now.
Where's Darius?
Okay.
I heard him.
You heard who?
Dallas.
He's being
pulled away from us by some.
The big F.
You would have thought it was something the High Priest would have picked up on.
Rubbing salt in the wound.
We need to, well, this is a matter to look on after, but I think we need to replace that stone with one that's fully functional. We know that they can't communicate with us as well when the stones are drained or not intact.
Yes.
Is the two here?
There's,
You wouldn't know.
I rolled quite hard perception, I can't find it. So, yeah.
But although if you've got detective visibility on, would you technically be able to see a road?
Well, no, you're still hiding.
You can still be good at hiding.
Yeah, that's it.
Something's still visible, but you still can't see it. Yes.
So, yeah, let's say we sort out the altar. Now what we're doing, going into town, obviously we're going to start looking at taking out Ravaran, baiting him out, or going in and sorting him out.
He
So
dies.
we need to, yes, he does die. We need to, the main
No
threats
chill.
in town.
Very chill. Die.
So there's Morfell. As far as we're aware, Morfell cannot be killed with conventional weapons. He is virtually immortal unless you use something special in order to hit him.
So it can be removed from this plane.
Just so people are aware, he is the man currently in charge of the city.
He believes, I'm not sure whether it's true or not, he's the son of Temperance. Yes?
One tiny little hand just appears out the top.
Yes?
I heard something that there was a big dragon as well.
Yes, I mean that's the second major
Yeah.
We
threat.
get
That's
next on the list.
I thought that would be the first big problem.
Oh, no.
That's the literal big problem.
So,
Yes, but then they think is big problem.
yes, that is true. I can barely see you over there. I have to drop my visor down.
So, looking at it, there seems to be a lot of ifs. Did you know if the dragon is still there, or if Morfell is even still in the town?
We don't know.
When
no.
I travelled into town a few weeks back, Morfell was held up in... It was in one of the buildings near the Hung Goat.
It was in the halls.
Yeah, the holes near the Hung Goat.
Maybe some form of reconnaissance mission to gain some intel.
That's
I,
town you will kill.
We can
Well, that's why you don't tell people you're entering the town. You're sneaking.
We can
Well,
scribe. We have plenty of people who have the ability.
It was a house you went into next to the halls.
Yeah, I was
Not
gonna say,
the halls
there was a
itself.
house near As I remember it just being not really a significant.
That's why the main party gets through the city, bursts into the halls. He's not fucking here.
What the fuck?
He's next door.
Just packing his bags.
What is it? The Johnny English when he goes into the wrong building.
All right, I'll note that down.
Because gaining some, it seems like everyone's intel is old.
Well, the
We
problem
have-
is, what do you want to get from that intel that you can't do by magical means? We
Well,
don't
as
have
long as
small
we
people.
know, we need to know whether or not the dragon's still there to formulate.
We can
We
scry on the
have-
dragon.
The dragon.
We
is still
have
there. The dragon is still there.
something
Wearing a collar.
which
One of
we
those
can
collars
use
you
to
talk about it.
defeat the dragon now.
Okay.
Not defeat. Liberate. So postpone dealing with that problem until after we've dealt with the other issues in town.
Such as
If we
Morfell and their several hundred.
If we remove the collar, it removes Morthel's influence.
Doesn't necessarily mean the dragon's going to be happy afterwards.
But then you have a very old, very powerful
Very
red
angry
dragon.
Very pissed off.
But it'll be angry at everybody rather than just us.
Yeah.
Yes.
Point his anger.
Yes.
Well, yes, it won't be pointed directly at
It'll
us.
be free will rather than control.
Yeah.
So in my
Yeah.
experience, whoever you're pissed off at doesn't matter. It's whoever is closest to you to punch.
Well, we have intel on where the dragon was being kept and potentially how they controlled him, which may allow us to convince him for a brief time to focus on other people.
So that's
Since we're freeing him.
essentially one big thing done.
If it goes to plan, otherwise we'll
Apart
be
from
fighting
looking
him as
at
well.
Yeah, so apart from the finer details, that's essentially the dragon issue dealt with.
Yeah.
So the next issue is, do you know if Morfell is still in there, apart from the intel from several weeks ago where he is?
We don't know. But we can check now.
You know that Morthal can travel extremely fast and over very long distances.
It could be anywhere at any point.
So the next issue then is actually getting either inside, or who says Morfell wants a fair fight to bait him out?
He won't want to fight. He won't want
So
a
then
fair
we've
fight.
got several hundred nasty things to deal with on the inside by the sounds of it.
I reckon we have to divide their forces somehow.
Yes.
We have to split them apart.
I think
we planning
before
to
we
assassinate
plan-
targets, or are we planning to storm the town and kill?
I think we need to just identify before we plan who's doing what and how. What are our targets if we were to take it? So we've got Morthel, we've got the dragon, we've got Ravaran, who's Morthel's right-hand man. He's a very high-level wizard. He's awful, and without the rings, he's very, very powerful.
But it sounds like you need a distraction for the main body.
I have a diversionary plan. I call it Operation Pincer.
All you see is crab appear.
Operation Pincer is an amphibious assault on the harbour.
Use their
You'll never see it coming.
Use the tactics they used against us back on themselves.
We'll cut off their supply line and route of escape. They'll have nowhere to hide.
Yes.
I've even drafted battle maps and plans. Feel free to circulate them amongst yourselves for the finer details.
Dragonborn.
He's lifting me up.
Yes.
The dragon's collar, is it magical or is it mechanical?
It's magical.
And
Probably a part
help
of
us
both.
And if you remove it, heads off.
Not necessarily for the dragon.
I do think that
Maybe not
a
for the-
Janai stone bomb would make an amazing distraction.
I like
Inside
a bomb.
the dragon.
Inside the dragon.
Wrap it up in
It's
some
small-
meat.
It's small enough to not be chewed.
Eat it.
All right.
It's like a
So
Aren't we forgetting the spell casters that they have?
yes, then there are the high-level
No, as
spellcasters.
in the ones they are draining.
Our people that we want to keep alive.
People want to stop
Captives.
them from draining. We can agree on that.
So a rescue
I see.
mission for them.
We've tried rescuing prisoners from Morthal before.
Didn't go so well.
If they're
But
dead,
they must
can you
have
still
them.
drain them?
They must have them at Myste-Hass. Ravaran's based at Myste-Hass. They must have some.
I know you said it didn't go well before, but you're also distracting him and his lieutenants, by the sounds of it, with the assault on Myste-Hass, so that would leave the rescuing of them to possibly be that bit more successful.
I would very much push for a rescue mission, because I know that others think a bomb would be an easier method or something similar, but these are people.
I mean, if we were going to do a rescue mission, surely the smartest thing to do would be to bring them through the Elven Quarter. Do we know anybody in the Elven Quarter we could contact?
I believe the Elven Quarter is in league with Morthel.
The Elven Quarter is in league with Morthel.
Are you still in touch with your master, Corin?
I contacted him directly after the assault. He seemed very guarded and nervous.
I'm just saying, an amphibious assault would give us a good strong foothold and evacuation route for these people you're trying to get out, see?
Which of the two dogs do you wish to barricade?
Well, see my cunning plan. You see, they landed at the southern docks, as I understand, and they, from what I hear, have left their ships largely unguarded, with fine seamen such as myself. I'm sure we could commandeer some of these vessels and evacuate some of these people that you'd like to be saving.
The problem is that you're trying to organise hundreds and hundreds of people to then get on a ship without being noticed.
Well, we'd be assaulting the harbour, surely they'd notice anyway.
And you need crew in order to sail the ships. You need.
They should be snuck out another different way.
It's.
Surely Ravaran would just drop rocks from the sky on them.
It's just medium.
For a start. I think the main purpose of the assault will be to take out Ravaran.
This is it. There is going to be casualties. On everyone on this table will be putting their lives on the line. It's as simple as that.
Kill Ravaran and release the dragon. We have the means to release the dragon.
Is there a way for us to bring Ravaran to us?
We're going to need two teams to do that as well. I don't think we can. One team can do both.
I think there's not being enough focus on, again, the several hundred things between us and the big objectives, and the fact that there's a big ass wall.
If we go in,
they're not going to just let us in.
we're going to go in through magical means.
Okay.
Which means there's no going out unless we achieve our objective.
Suicide.
Or get evacuating the ships.
There are two options that happen if we storm the gates. We survive and get the town back, or we all die.
Getting
quiet.
An orbs you.
We'll be spied on.
Someone needs to sort out that man at the bottom with the bacon sandwiches. That bread is disgusting. It's the most horrible.
Well, you see, I'm going to have a word with the supplier and make sure that we get better bread and make sure that Toby gets a better deal on it.
His goat's milk needs to be banned and sectioned.
Isn't that what you're being described?
You've obviously me
Pulls one out and it's like, there's another Toby bacon sandwich.
It's like trying to bite into a frozen Toblerone.
Jack's going to get up, wander into one of the corners of the room and start to urinate because the conversation's been going on for too long. He's bored now. And
urinating in the corner.
He's urinating in the corner with possibly an orb floating above him.
Every step of this says, avoid damaging ships where possible.
They're vital assets!
Have you met us before?
Sir, this is not a lavatory. Please go down the stairs.
I can take it. Open my jacket. I'll give you a jug. Beer. Follow me.
Sorry about that. I'm just not. I'm going to start prestidigitation and just that.
Stop cradling it like a baby.
Wait.
You really need to stop it.
Wait, dude, who pissed?
It keeps him
Someone
quiet.
pissed
It's like a
in here.
baby with a pacifier.
It's almost as bad as you took a shit in my temple.
It wasn't your temple though, was it? Let's be honest.
If that doesn't make it go, I'm going to get a sack at least and just put it over the orb. It's a sensor. So if you blind the sensor, it should blind.
Spell magic, it goes straight away.
Okay.
Spell magic.
Poof.
It's gone.
Poof. Let's go.
There was a.
I'll look around
There are
for more.
spies. They have magical means of
Don't know who it was though.
Was there only one?
Well, at the moment.
What's their listening range?
No others.
As if you were standing there.
Before the
So it acts as a sensor.
So there could be some not in this room that can hear us.
That's not quite how it works. It has to be looking at the person.
If you can hear though, you can hear and see through it. So for seeing, yes, it has to be somewhere it can see, but it could be located elsewhere and hear it when they know what it does. Perhaps we should have the captain speaking more and talking about ships.
Oh, well, I can help with a bit of quiet if it is required. I can help with a little bit of quietness if it is required. I can just go out into the corridor and make it so nothing can be heard.
I'm pretty sure if someone pokes Laurie hard enough, he'll make enough noise to cover
Oh,
it.
no, it would not be heard at all.
Could we fix two of these problems now the orb's gone? With the vast amount of troops and the dragon? If we release the dragon, can't we just maybe guide the dragon into getting rid of some of the troops?
Problem is, in getting in and then going to release the dragon, pretty sure someone would see or notify. That's a big if. And then you've got a dragon that you may or may not have released, plus several hundred things.
If the town was only the
I'm
enemy,
very pessimistic, I see that.
it would be easy, but we have civilians within town.
Do we know whether there are any mirrors that we can access?
Mirrors. It's the teleportation.
There was a mirror down in.
We had one.
Wasn't there
Yes, in
one
the
down in
Temple of
your
the People.
land?
Buried one as well.
I don't think it was in my lab.
I feel that if you're going to
in
do what
temple was in one of the upper rooms.
Yeah, there was one upstairs.
It was always face down.
Oh, okay. Well, let's not use that then. We'll get
And we
smooshed.
know that there were burn marks whenever we tried to. Well, whenever we lifted it,
Scrap that.
there were burn marks.
Is Burn in the room actually?
Burn is not in the room.
I'll go and grab Burn.
No, what? No one came past.
Ah. Thank you very much, Laurie. Sorry.
Can I?
I'm gonna go and knock on Burn's door.
Okay.
Can I suggest that we reconvene this meeting in an hour outside the front of the tower in 1 hour? Do not speak of it to anyone until we reconvene.
All right.
I will provide a sanctuary where we may not be overheard.
Do you need any assistance with that?
No.
Okay.
Ratchet. In that meantime, may I have the sword that we found last time? Or who has that actually? Does Coram have that?
Me.
Coram.
May I have the sword?
I've been
You want it?
trying to practice with it, but it is not for me, I'm afraid. And I'll hand the sword over.
I'm going to try a tune to it in this hour then.
Okay. Burn opens the door.
How are you?
I'm well. Commotion. I must miss the peace of the coast.
Unfortunately, no.
It's we have a meeting at the moment, and we're trying to set plans in motion to get the town back and some relative safety. Would you like to join us in the meeting?
You want me in the meeting?
Yes. I think you're maybe not a direct part of what we're doing here, but I think you are a part of this. Depends how much of a part you wish to be.
Well, I'd be honoured to attend your meeting.
If you could help in any way, or have suggestion or any insight into things that you feel might be prevalent, it would be very much appreciated.
Well, you know, I always am happy to use my abilities to help others.
At least you have a warm roof over your head at the moment.
I do.
Sorry about the food. So we are meeting out the front in an hour.
Outside?
Or is outside, wasn't it?
Yes.
Outside the front of the tower, I said. Yes.
Outside the front of the tower. And yes.
Okay. So is this an hour for you to
cast?
So do we want to skip ahead this hour? Is there anything anybody urgently needs to do in the in between hour?
If anybody's got any armour that needs repairing, guns, they can go and
So
go back there and repair
I
stuff.
would just be inquiring about a jeweller or a blacksmith.
Khalil goes, hello, my friend. You said you want a jeweler?
Maybe Khalil could help me out.
Sorry. What is it that you want?
I need.
What is your name?
I'm Till. I'm a cleric of images.
I am Khalil. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
You said you were after a jeweler. What exactly do you want to commission?
Somebody to make something out of gold.
Gold.
Something quite specific. Put it into my house that you can make a mold from.
I can do that, my friend. It might take some time. And it is quite a pricey commission.
I would be giving you 500 gold just to make
Plus
12.
12 gold.
So,
It's a very tempting offer.
how much would you
Just material.
charge me for seeing
That
the
is
thing?
my armour class.
It is only this size, and I'll pull out a reliquary.
It doesn't matter.
Which is like a it's like a
Man, that means if you
500 gold, you say?
natural one, like you critically fumble next to Gartok,
Sounds fair to me.
and I make you re-roll, you're guaranteed
to
to.
smelt down into the reliquary.
Listen, you can always stab me. If you want to, you can always stab me.
Close your eyes. Definitely get it.
Sounds like what someone says when they're about to run away with your
Good
favourite
Well,
gold.
basically then, I'm just going to hand over a bag of 500 gold.
Oh, you're just going to do it anyway. Just,
And the reliquary to make a mould from.
In the same way that other magic items you've held hands. At first, there's a feeling much like staff butchers do. You hold it to your hand. Almost like a tens machine. You feel the muscles.
I'll remember your friends.
Your
mental image
but
of your
as you're
face,
holding it
Ruby.
for only a short amount of time,
Oh,
that
do not
seems
worry.
to subside
I am
as
the,
your
I will be the
body
greatest jeweler.
acclimatises to it as you attune.
I'm already wearing quite a lot of jewellery things.
I only had about 4.5
Yes.
I'll probably have to speak to you about this some other time, but how long do you think it would take to make a golden reliquary of a...
This big.
Not this big, from a jeweler's kit. How long do you think?
Do you have materials?
I've got a jeweler's kit, but I don't know what exactly.
I've given him 500 gold.
To make it, is that as in to make it with?
To smelt down to make the item.
Oh,
so
right,
we
okay,
need the
right,
mould
okay.
to smelt.
Okay.
Do you need Gunther's help with something?
You just need to be able to
okay.
melt
No, sorry.
the gold.
Then in that case,
Clay.
sorry, I'll commission
Sand
you
mould. Right tool for the job I can provide.
200 gold.
I'll give, I was going to offer 250. So
250.
I'll offer you 250.
250.
That's not how haggling works.
I was just going to offer him 250, but he said, "I'll make it, and then pay me after." Originally.
No, I thought like the gold was payment.
2 days.
Would Khalil like help with Gunther to give him a hand?
Thank you, my friend.
One day. With
One day.
I was going to say 1 day with the system.
With Gunther's help, takes it down to a day.
Cool.
I'll see you tomorrow. Are you going to share? Are you going to share the gold with you?
I'll charge him whatever.
Yeah, and we'll come to that in a day.
Do you want half the payment now and half?
And probably what I'd like is if the two of you can think about how you're going to make it and any specifics about it to describe to me after you've done it, and then we'll deal with the appropriate checks.
So reliquary of imaging. And you wanted like a certain what was it exactly? Was it a symbol?
I need a
flashlight.
Just why like just do a drawing for me and send it to me on Facebook.
Yeah, I'll have to get the thingy from the I just need a golden reliquary worth 500 gold. Well, I'm an Imogen follower, so it would be in the shape of Imogen. I don't have a symbol with me.
Some kind of sensory ribbing.
Father How's trying to. I can't even describe it.
Describe. I want a flashlight device, but without saying that's what it is.
And then send that message on to Gunther to make for it. For him.
Oh God!
Yeah, exactly.
And I want it to look like
see a little wet patch
Like
appearing.
a wall space.
Once that happens,
like Jeffrey's face. No, I wouldn't. What can it be?
Can I muster the Helvetians and just do a head count?
Okay.
Who's alive? Who's in charge?
Okay. So Gallo made it. He was not in the upper part of the tower at the time. He went down and went outside. So he is still going. They'll do a head count, see how many they've got here. They know they've got more out in the wilds. But in the hour they go around the surrounding area. They've got 315 men left.
315 men left. Okay. How many? Do we roughly know how many died in the Ardneth Cross?
They lost around. I think the ones they know about, just under 50 men.
Okay. Still a blow.
They've only got a small portion that are actually in the tower because they've got a whole bunch out in the surrounding land.
So how many do we know?
In the tower?
Yeah, right. Well, yeah, you do need is it like 5 men or is
in the vicinity of the tower? You've got now. It's around 40 men, covering the immediate outside as well.
It's not a lot for the size of the tower.
I know, yeah.
Not a lot of anything attacks.
To start with, they had a couple of thousand guys.
Yeah.
As in, like when they first came to Myste-Hass.
Yeah.
It's kind of the head.
Has anyone actually tried to contact the Helvetians on the mainland to actually bring reinforcements over, or because they're invested here? This is their interest as well.
No, I suppose I didn't.
It's worth probably maybe bargaining for a portion. Maybe they could have their own Helvetian quarter, or or just maybe put certain people in charge and get rid of Sten.
I know what Dramas says, but I doubt that Sten is working willingly with them, unless he's working with them to prevent further killing.
No one knows how to Sten, do they?
Apparently, he was seen going in.
No, that's our character. This is like, I don't think no character's seen.
Well, no, I had been told that, didn't I?
He's been seen.
He's been seen going into the halls, and he doesn't look like he has a collar.
No, he's no character that's alive.
It could be disguised. It could be a number of things. It could be doing it begrudgingly. It could be doing it. We don't know. But I think we need to contact.
The front gate.
Gallo's still alive.
Where was he when
I can get some names potentially and start
we had to go all the way up inside.
And but we're going to have to give them something. They're not going to sacrifice a couple of thousand men to help us get back to town without getting something.
Helvetia is also a long way.
So not there at that.
And although they do have ships,
whether or not Jamie
warfare on the sea is not what they're known for. So I don't know how easy it would be for them to transport a large force across. It's a long way.
How many days are we talking?
Favourable conditions, 2 weeks to get from the mainland.
Also, you best deal with that dragon first.
Let's look at some things at one point to try and get off the island. In that room that we saw, that guy, did we see much of it?
I've given one over.
Did you see like it went past his way leading down?
See his face and that was it.
Do I not do a head count, did he?
I imagine it to be like...
So we have essentially about 50 people. 50 Helvetians in the tower. And we have a total of 350 out and about, but not in the tower.
Otherwise it's just...
What about Bizarfolk?
I haven't really been paying that much attention to it.
I'm trying to think, like, as a rogue, would I know, like, thieves guilds that normally, like, have some sort of secret passageways into sewers? Is there, like, a normally, like,
Well, I've got a message from Berticus here as well. So Berticus would like to remind us that there is, if you go to the beach, at the western side of town, there is a tunnel which leads into the sewers, and it is connected to the catacombs under the old Temple of Gar.
Even more reason for an amphibious assault.
That's where we face the demons.
No one protects their shit.
I'm going to add it.
No one protects their shit. No one guards the sewers, do they?
Yeah.
That's probably
Well,
one of our
will,
ways
because
of
didn't some people escape from the sewers when I went into town?
Yeah, you got out. Oh, you
No,
went back.
I didn't get out.
Yeah.
I didn't get out the sewers way.
Yeah, it was other people.
It was where Alice died. Bless Alice.
Jimmy. I have a mechanics question for.
I saw a vote for a Janai bomb in the album quarter.
Teleportation trap necklace.
If the album quarter.
If I was to activate it, it's just an aura from the necklace, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
It's not a concentration, I can still rage, anything like that. What would happen if, now that I can wild shape, if I was a wild
It sounds like they
shape,
need some democracy in that
it says in wild shape, if I choose the items that go inside you, or they fall on the floor, you choose.
Yes.
If I chose them all to go inside me, will the aura still work?
Yes.
Sounds like he's some
It
free
will.
in that town.
It's still active, I believe. Let me look up the. What's the full name of it again?
We made the bomb last time.
Transportation shroud necklace.
Yeah.
I've got an even better one now.
Yes, I know.
I was thinking, like,
I'm really getting good at this now.
if I have that necklace active, I wild shape.
Even better.
Yeah, I think.
He might not know I've got it on.
I think it'd be great.
Pray to God you don't put a price on it.
Yeah, it will still operate, and it is centered on the necklace when it's activated. So if it's inside you, it's still operating in that aura until it's deactivated.
They used to have for that.
Good to know.
Stuck on you had the guns. You also had the actual.
It's part of the battle plan for replacing
So would it be like that?
We've got the quiver from the last one, and that's
doing
now
deals
holding, because you can hold
with
javelins. You can hold down those tubes.
You may have
So it's like a bag of holding.
Yeah, see, prices are
no, I've got my
Trading magic on
Like
balance.
3 times as long.
All right. So should we call it back then? An hour passes. You cast your spell
He's being spells for an hour.
for an hour. Right. Yeah. Okay. So should we say that's gone off then and call everybody to the outside of the tower?
Well, they'll see another tower.
You see a tower similar to the one you've just come out of.
It's
just
just a
shimmer
flat
into
roll.
existence.
Yeah.
Okay.
About 80 foot
10.
tall.
No,
flat roll of
no,
10.
give me 200.
Gone all out.
You've gone all out. You've made a duplicate tower.
With the 500, so I'm handing
It's now
700.
twin towers.
Yeah. So what you're saying is you created a twin tower situation for us. All that needs to happen now is Morphel needs to pilot a dragon into the first tower.
Dragon's got a big beard.
So you got 700 gold.
Okay. Okay. So.
It prevents divination, basically.
All right. So you make this other tower construct, and everybody can go into there.
Everyone can go in. I'll grab a couple of Helvetians and ask them to guard the outside.
Laurie joined us.
And Laurie can join us if you
Burn will come down. Burn would have to go in. Is there any restrictions on who can enter?
only those that I choose.
Okay.
I have invited Burn, just so you're aware.
Is this your own mansion or your own
Is there
tower?
anybody here you
I'll
wouldn't
choose Celestials, Elementals,
Undead.
Undead.
Sorry, Malmare.
Fiends.
No, I'm not
You're gonna have to leave
Yeah,
your
'cause
posse
that's
outside,
There's
guys.
just a few of us that can't come in.
Corim, Burn's joining us as well.
Yeah, so no, that's why I'm looking at what I'm doing.
And Celestials can't come in.
Celestials can't come in. Well, they can, but they need to make.
Poor Altibo.
You have to make a check, does he?
Yeah, charisma 16. Say.
Well, Altibo wants to come in. So your Pegasus.
He'll piss that.
Altibo.
Mistress, I must say I'm not very happy about this. I feel like I'm being treated as a horse. We all know that I'm better than that.
Yeah.
Oh, he's a winged horse, so technically he is better than a horse.
What's his
+1?
+1. That's a 20 then.
So he can come in. He doesn't feel good about it. He You get.
You can wait outside if you want.
No.
Attack rolls, ability checks, anything like that. He has a D4 deducted.
Are you sure you don't want to wait outside?
It's okay, I'm just stretching my wings.
Alright. When you're ready, Corin.
Right. We should be.
I'm going to count to 5.
Sweet to suck on.
Right.
I'm ready. Tell him I'm ready.
Oh my god.
Altiba's ready.
Is it gnomes?
Gnomes
At the front door.
Okay,
Gnomes
so
are fine.
Byrne also comes down. Byrne appears at the moment as a trapped dark-haired woman. She is in her late 20s, human.
Would I recognise her? I probably haven't seen her for ages.
When was the last time you would have seen her?
Before they went to the axe.
Then you would not recognise her.
As I'm about to walk in, all boys go, "Don't fuck me, Selma, don't fuck me."
Okay.
Father Hal. Oh, fuck me, Silma, fuck me,
We should be safe to talk inside of here. It is warded against divination and other such spells.
So, I think before getting into the nitty-gritty of how, like you said, you need to identify the problems. Maybe identifying a few key problems and then assigning people to those to deal with them. Because the one advantage they've got is they've got the numbers by far. Going all out, us versus them, just even going in by magical means and doing what we can, the sheer numbers they've got will be on us in minutes.
But they die really easily.
They do, but it's a bit difficult when you've got 20 of them jumping on you at once.
Didn't they control wyverns when they attacked?
We've
got people who can cast big spells like
You do, but sadly not all of us are as big as you, big man, so that we may get crippled. Nevertheless, so maybe looking at some form of divide and conquer, like, okay, this is the dragon issue, and then we go, okay, who wants to deal with the dragon? Move on to that before going to the nitty gritty of then how do we deal with that?
I agree with the pirate.
Yes.
Well, I'll
I
deal
read
with
the
the
school
dragon,
before.
of course. I mean,
But then
what else would I be here for?
Well, that's
Instantly
fantastic.
know who
Then you
that was.
identify the next issue after you've done that.
Couldn't we
Morthel,
funnel
if
the
he's
numbers?
there, who's going to deal with Morthel?
I'm sure I read a book before where we could funnel the numbers. It was about guys with shields and noigers. They brought them into like a crack of a mountain and then the numbers counted for nothing.
Have you been hit by a meteor before, Gunther?
Oh god. Flashbacks to the time of Brewdog.
No.
Would you like
That's
But
what
I
can
do
happen.
shock myself every now and again when I do things.
It's something like 10
I'd be happy
d8
to
and then
take,
plus another 10 d8 fire.
Jarek down there to attack the dragon if that would help.
So I think it's 20d6 plus.
You know what? You actually sound like you should be Jarek's horse.
It's a lot.
I think it's
and that's per meteor.
It's safe. It's about 120.
It just seemed like it was quite a brave thing to volunteer to do, so I thought you'd appreciate it.
All right.
All of us would have died.
So, yes, on that point, Ravran and a number of others we believe may be able to summon a swarm of meteors down on you.
Twice.
Which near killed all of our group, minus Gartok.
I should not be.
Of course.
They hurt
So,
a lot.
Yeah.
We have the ability to remove the collar from the dragon.
yes. But we don't necessarily have to do that.
We also have collars.
Well, we do.
But then
Perhaps.
this is where if they see that happening, to save the meteor shower coming strictly on you as soon as you're trying to remove the collar, then this is where maybe the diversion thing, giving them more targets and then
A deny stone bomb.
Yes,
No deny stone bomb!
In the elephant. Oh, in the elephant. I go in there down, I push it underneath and we explode it. And it pulls all the troops over there. There may be a little bit of collateral damage. Just a little
Is there a
bit.
way that you
I
can
do think there should be a diversion.
a creature
Should be
somewhere
multiple
far away?
Multiple diversions.
So you're saying no to a deny stone bomb?
No to a deny stone
That
bomb.
might be one of them.
Is there a way that you
Suppose
can
not.
transport this dragon far away from town?
No.
I know that.
No to bomb.
Apology. I reckon
Not
3 teams.
really possible.
A stealth team
So
to go
like
inside
what I mentioned,
kill, cause
Dorset
distraction
can do
in the
something
town itself.
the opposite.
One
Yeah.
outside force attacking the front gate, and then the murder squad going in to go after Ravan on the
Yeah.
The
I
front
agree.
gate is a suicide.
I think it should be one team for the prisoners who've been using,
Yeah.
who they were using for magic, and that is the distraction team.
Ideally, before we assault.
That's before
Yeah.
the
If they
assault.
drain them out, there's no point in dealing with them.
So we're thinking
You need to take them out
That's a problem. It has
their
to.
ability to drain them
Before
and get them to use that. I don't know whether it's
It
whether
depends.
each day to recharge
so
their
send in a
charges
team
or
of
whether
rogues to
That's what I'm
Don't we
thinking.
have
night.
somebody? We retrieved one of those rings for investigation. Don't we have some knowledge on that?
we do have a ring.
No one's
It's
speaking
in-
up.
it's in one of
Right,
those bags, isn't it?
let's move on swiftly.
The ring, if you start trying to put it on, is not a pleasant experience.
Of course, the tiefling tried to put the ring on.
Again, though, if you try to save the prisoners first, if any of them get caught, the group that goes in to do it, because it's not all being done simultaneously, they're as good as dead because they'll have to fight off several hundred. So if it's not done all at the same time, to split up the distraction, then whoever goes in first has to potentially fight
It's
more
going to happen
the
all
dragon,
simultaneously.
several hundred goblins and
So
goblins.
we
Well,
can
this
either
can't be a distraction.
There's no
but the minute main assault happens, so they'll drain them in the morning. So they drain them to get their spell levels.
We don't necessarily
So-
know that, do we?
We know that they keep draining them to
Is
get
that
spell
like
levels.
dawn
And that's what
morning,
recharges
or-
them.
So if they do that roughly about dawn, maybe hitting them shortly after midnight, the starting.
Taking those out.
Maybe the distraction.
No, but then they've got those spells.
Me and
ready.
my lovely amphibious friend over there,
Arr.
we could. I mean, what's a better distraction than setting fire to some ships in the middle of the night?
No! No!
We only
Blasphemy!
one.
A
We're saying
better
it's
distraction
2
would be an illusion of an army approaching.
It's very hard to see an army at night.
not if
Some-
they're holding
some-
torches.
Particularly.
Some sewers. There was
There
a
are,
sewer
there are
system.
sewers and captains.
I mean, either one would be just as good. An army out the front as an illusion, or burning the ships. Assumably, I don't know how the port's laid out, but assumably they're on the docks. There'll be some form of funnel to funnel them in where their numbers.
I reckon we can do all the plans at once.
What if we just
Can
hit them in entirety
Is
at
there a
dawn?
table in this?
Can the sewers get you
No.
into the
There's
where they're
no
holding a
table.
prisoner?
Okay,
With
well,
dawn.
notice.
Yes. How does Corin feel about that? We hit them at
I tried to
dawn.
make a big
With dawn.
I can help with that.
I made a map of Myste-Hass. And I have a plan if we're going to do an assault at night.
If they drain in the mornings, then definitely going.
But I have an actual
whilst
thing.
they're.
You don't know. We don't know when they drain them.
Or where they drain them. So if we don't know where they are, then
That's about right, does it, Jamie? A rough. Not very,
If you
not very
think
detailed.
if you think it's right, then it's right.
It's not very detailed.
If we don't know
but-
where they are, and we don't know when they drain them,
Yeah.
then do we need? Are we actually able to free them in the first place? We don't know where they are, or when they drain them, or what they do with them.
We could try. I think we could easily find out where they are, and with magical means, I think it would be easy for those we have here to determine a couple of spellcasters which they've likely kept as prisoners there and work out where they're keeping them. We don't know about when they're draining them, but Raspin's assumptions are probably right. We could watch them for a day and see when it is that they go to them and how they drain them potentially.
If we find out where they are, and there is a way of getting in there via the sewers or the catacombs, and there's the entry point for your initial team.
However, whenever you get those people, there's likely going to be a lot of them, and they're going to be people without hands or tongues, they're going to be.
They're going to be panicking.
We're going to probably need the more sneaky of people looking at deter.
There's spells that can calm the panicked. So it would make
You
them
may
more
have. I
susceptible
know
to
this is unpopular. Last resort, you may have to kill him. I
Ah.
know people are not going to like this, but we have to. This is a numbers game now.
So you can't drain what's dead.
It's not.
Melanie, have some water.
Dramos, you can make teleportation circles, can you not? How long do they take to make?
A year.
It takes a minute for it to cast, but it lasts mere seconds.
Yes, but how many people can you
So-
transport? We might be talking hundreds.
Many people can fit inside that circle.
In 6 seconds.
In 6
Which
seconds.
is not enough.
That
It
is.
is a 10-foot circle. I only
that's
have a
4
couple of
people.
users left.
I'm
4
just
people every
saying
6 seconds.
this might
for a
happen.
minute, 40.
If all thing goes bad, we will have blood on our hands potentially to stop this. We have to think about the overall picture here is to get the town back under our control. I know it will be
A
unpopular.
little bit of collateral damage.
I think Reinhold is right, Burn. It's unfortunate, but there is a price for everything. And the price for recovering this town and expelling this evil may come at the cost of lives that you don't want to lose. And you're going to have to ask yourself if you're prepared to be the ones that extinguish those lives. We're not talking about your enemy killing them before you do. We're talking about you doing the deed yourself.
I'm fine with that.
This is what I mean.
I'm not.
We might be asking you to sacrifice yourself in this matter.
I'm alright with that.
Well, if you're
Really
planning on letting that
Got
dragon
terribly
go,
sick.
that dragon might just burn down the old town, and then that's a lot of lives
Have we
gone
seen
right
that
there.
dragon go anywhere other than town? Have we seen it in any other location than town?
Some people
You're
Yes.
recently.
I think
Is there a way we can lead the dragon from town by maybe faking somebody's location? Or
The dragon only acts on what Ravran or Mothel tells it.
but if somebody's scrying on us, what if they scryed on somebody of importance here and believe they were somewhere else than they are?
Well, you have to coax an immediate response from that, and it's through scrying. It's hard to see anything else around the person. You get a very blurred. You can see him or whoever you're looking at, but everything else is, you know.
We just tick off one job first. So the
Yeah.
people.
Okay.
So the people that you have to find. First, you have to find the people.
Yes.
Then we need to send people to get the people.
Yeah, so we find
If
them with
not-
magic.
Then wouldn't be the best thing is to send the more sneaky people, and we assign some the most stealthy people we have, and we just tick that job off, and we put a pin in that one, and then we move on to another job.
Can someone here determine where they are?
Do we know anyone in that group?
I don't know if we do, but we could
No
make
magic
an
users, I do
assumption.
not know.
We can locate people who we know.
Morfell Citadel.
Those got killed.
Not all of them.
I think all
No,
of them.
I think they did.
Did they? Yeah. We killed them.
We can
We
locate.
didn't kill. Well, not directly. I mean,
We can ask Jeffrey. Jeffrey
Casualties
might
of
know.
war.
Jeffrey has been in the town. He may know the layout of the land. He's been in there the longest, if he is still there.
Who's that?
Jeffrey.
Was he captured?
Father Halkett has a few spells left, which I could use.
I know
Which
Jeffrey,
I
don't I?
could use.
so. That would be potentially
I could-
ticking that box.
Sky on Jeffrey. And talk of
I
it.
don't. I don't
Jeffrey would
think
not
Jeffrey-
necessarily be with the prisoners.
He hasn't been captured, but I think he's been aiding the prisoners.
If we can lure the dragon out of the town.
We're just dealing with prisoners first.
Hang on.
But I think trying to stealth the prisoners out
I don't
is
think
not
you'll-
going to work.
I would know because they'll be getting the prisoners
This
out
will be
whilst
the same
the
time,
dragon's
yeah.
being freed, whilst the diversion's
Well,
going on.
this is like I have a plan for us to assault at night. But with that if we can't get rid of that dragon, it would wipe all of us.
I think we need to assault them at dawn. Like sleep the night
Somebody's
before
at dawn.
and go at dawn This is Karim's world.
If we can't find the prisoners, then we might as well just scratch the job.
Because
without knowing where the prisoners are and what they're doing, then you can't do the prisoners.
I think the prisoners are secondary to what we should be doing. We need to liberate the town, and to do that, we need to kill Ravaran and Morthel.
But the prisoners are the distraction.
Jamie, are there like the exit to town? The main
if we could release the dragon,
North
is
Gate,
there like a woodland?
I think the
in
dragon.
front.
It's relatively clear around the outside of the town. The Helvetians floored all of the surrounding trees to build the outer wall before it got changed to stone by Vexia's stonemason.
That is a very good point by Coram. If you want the biggest distraction you can find, you release a very pissed off dragon into the town.
Okay.
That'll kill all the civilians.
We can address the dragon first, but I still think finding those prisoners is essential.
But
and
again,
like
you're not going to
Rasmus said,
get to release the dragon because if it's the moment they find out you're trying to piss around with that dragon, you're going to have several hundred on you.
If we release a dragon and he sets fire to the town, then that's it. If we don't release a dragon, he sets fire to us.
This is where I think it's sort of circling again that we need to identify the groups of what's happening clearly, like dragon release, who's going for dragon release, and then diversion, who's going for diversion.
I believe we should hit them from different angles at the same time.
Yeah.
From the sea. All at the same time. The sea, possibly, if we can make it that way.
Alright, well, it is happening. We know that we're all going in
At the same time.
at the same time.
So then
We need to work out which groups.
But as Dramos stated before, the best thing we can do is cause a distraction at the main gate by making an illusionary army.
It does not need to be in the main gate. It is just
But-
a wide open area.
But that is where the main forces are sitting at the moment. If we can mix the lizard men
Is that something in
at the
your-
main gate with an illusionary army as big as we can make.
There's not many lizard men left.
My illusions aren't
There's enough to make the army look
like
big.
that. As such, I can certainly get someone in and out of the town.
We're not
Well, that fucked out.
You could get a small group in.
I do not think we should
I could get
be
a handful of people in.
showing ourselves before we attack.
Good to know.
Do you know where the dragon is
We
on
get
this map?
people in
Temple
position
of
before
People.
we make
He's in my
before we do
fucking
the distraction
temple.
at the front.
Oh,
I
that's-
believe that.
So that's
I,
relevantly
I retrieved
unfortunately, we
Kellen
can't use the sea
from
attack for your dragon.
Because
Not attacking the dragon from the sea. That would be ludicrous.
I can do things like that.
You'll be able to stealth in.
Creating a large illusion.
Literally be like
Sort the dragon
ducks.
out, and then the dragon will then, once they realise that the illusion is an illusion, it's not a big ass army, then the dragon will be up and out.
The plans that are being.
There you go, stage 2.
You've been
Then
in
we
town.
can all
You've seen
reconvene
these people.
and head after Morthel.
I'm not
We're
entirely
not-
sure.
We're not dealing with an unintelligent force. Every single one of our foes here
Everyone
is
here is prepared to
extremely
do what might be
intelligent.
necessary.
We may that distraction might work for a short
A lot of these
period
people are-
whilst the people on the gates and all of the
The
general
majority of the force
Garrisons
are
are being numbers
not
game
so
from
intelligent.
But
They
as
are
soon as-
either
We have
for
soldiers and we have casualties.
People here who
wizards.
think I am an
Is the
evil
dragon closer to the
person
front or the back?
because of what I am.
Quite close to
And
the
I would
front,
say
but
that I
there's
don't
a
think
people
it's
with
the north. So if he's close to the front,
Evil
the
is a
distraction
thing.
needs to be at the back.
Well, the back is the dog.
It's sometimes
Well,
doing
yeah,
something which
yes,
is distasteful to
so-
someone else
so the dragon
is viewed as evil, but a necessary
If
thing
you
for
don't want to
other
congregate
reasons.
the hundreds of people
I've done
right
bad
next to
things,
the group
but
that's
for
sorted
good
the dragon
reason.
out, you want to move them
And
away
this
so that you can.
I don't
will
think
entail
I
bad
don't
things.
think the group, which we call it a group, who sorts the dragon out should be much of a group. I think that could be done by 1 or 2 people at most.
Yeah.
My plan was that
I do not think that we should advertise our presence by creating a distraction
Who are you
before we
thinking should
have
do
the
it then?
chance to directly attack Ravaran.
Well, my main plan, if we hit from all sides, is to send the sneakiest people to the western docks and set fire to all of the ships. While simultaneously the main force coming from the east side, including Harbinger, Corin, yourself, and as many Helvetians as we can spare.
just looking at the map, I mean that's a very good one. We've got the West Docks just here,
Yeah.
and the dragon is up here, right
Yeah.
next to the actual camp of the people, and where we're going to assault.
So when they sneak round to the Western Docks, the rogues, I was thinking Datora could lead them.
Past several hundred people.
On the outside of the gates, which is why
we can get round into town via boats. That's how we escaped.
But they set fire to the ships, which signals yourselves on the eastern side to
I'd rather set fire to all of you than set
through.
fire to all the ships.
Whilst I am happy to cause a distraction at the front, I'm sure Morthel's pretty pissed off since.
He could meteor swarm every single person who attacks the front gate. I don't think.
That's why I'm thinking the illusionary army.
Yes,
would
but
be.
we have no means of making an illusionary army. What
We've
I
got
have just
magic users.
Could I point out that if he's scrying you, he knows you don't have no army?
There is no such thing as an illusion of that scale in our current power. I've just had a chat.
Maybe
with
not
Bern.
from one person, but we have several people here that could.
I do think that the distraction of the Western Docks is a very good idea, and I think the perfect people is Crassus and Captain Percival.
We can direct the assault. You do what you want, but we'll get you in and out.
Just so you are aware, I've just had a conversation with Bern. She can put in a small team directly into town through teleportation.
Okay.
Which could then make their way.
That would be dragon. That would be very helpful. No, I think the dragon would not be too much of a problem. After all, we have someone who I believe has already snuck past the dragon the once.
So Bern could put Crassus and myself close enough to go via
somewhere else.
You guys could.
But it would be a fairly direct.
I mean,
just a brief.
I mean, if we're going there, surely the most pyromaniac over there might be useful enough to set some.
Yeah.
They're not allowing me to use a Janai bomb. I would recommend a Janai bomb. It sounds like a perfect job for a Janai bomb.
Well, if you can't use a Janai bomb, surely you can make a ship go boom.
I could do that quite.
Is that where you wish to go?
I have an affinity for that plane.
From that perspective
My
as
ability
well,
allows me to
a
move
ship
from here to there, and from there to here.
A ship going boom would be the perfect
How long would that
signal
take
for
in?
go.
So let's say we went there right now.
I have an idea.
I'd need a
on how
short
to
rest
set
and then I
that.
could go straight to the town.
Have you heard of a fire ship?
Yes.
You have one
Nasty
boat
dangling.
that sails in with Crabbe and Captain Percival. You fill that
It's not a dirty weekend away,
ship
is it?
with explosives and flammable stuff. You sail it into the dock with all the rest of the ships. Boats are wooden.
Everything has a cost.
It just starts a massive fire in that area. You guys jump out.
Why would we do that?
You set
What about
fire
the
to all of
ships?
them. You set fire to all of them.
Rebuild them.
And then you jump off the fire ship, and then Captain Percival rides the crab, yourself, Ivy, to the best ship, and you sail it away into the sunset.
I've got a better idea. We keep one ship, and then we burn the others.
That's the thing. You set the fire ship in, you jump on the crab, you
On-
sail
on
to
a-
the best
on a
one, and you
different
sail
ship.
that away.
On a
That
different
would,
ship.
Different ship.
that would be the best thing. Like getting something to go boom
That
would
is
be
quite clever.
It would certainly be good in
It's like a
in the aspect
like a
of
Trojan ship.
everyone would hear it, so the other teams would know. Go.
If we're magically transporting in, though, we're not going to be anywhere near the city potentially. We're going to be under the
Only
tower
two people
down.
have to do this. Only two people need to set the fire ship in.
You could row a ship, like a boat full of explosives,
Harbinger.
into their docks. Is what they mean.
Yeah.
You get out and
Full of
blow the
explosive
boat.
Janai stones.
Oh my god.
Then the cavalry comes in and charges everyone, and we all leave happy and singing into the sunset.
You might as well just
You're all bloody mad,
as soon as you
you
get
are.
there.
And then you're not using very many people, you're just using two or the most senior.
I would say we would need more than just two to commandeer a vessel.
You could hide until all the troops go to run back in the town when the real assault comes
The
in,
biggest thing
and then it will all be open to you guys.
Yeah, the dragon is the
We couldn't sail a ship just us two, however, as good as we are.
They are arrogant.
Why do you put the deny bomb?
Who's going to do it?
And they are high
I like this man.
Because of all the innocent people who are still living in this town.
They're under control and they're going to die.
Well,
My
there's
eyes
no point
go
in trying to
wandering
take back the
over.
city. Why don't we just move somewhere else?
It would just be a small bit of collateral damage, not very much.
I'm sorry, Harbinger, but I think that Rasvin is correct.
If Burn can teleport us
It's
in,
turning into a numbers game now. I know you don't like this.
If Burn can teleport us in,
It was just the same as
could
them,
we,
though.
could we not teleport to the prisoners, and then you cast your circle to get them out, you get out as well, and then she does that several times.
I'm as desirable to them as anybody for my powers. And if I were in their position, with my powers robbed from me and them using me every day, I would wish to be dead rather than continue to aid them.
I grew a limb back.
But you're
There
not
are ways
going
to
to
do
be
it.
continuing to aid them. You're going to be freed.
I mean, we don't have to
it wasn't
actively...
you that grew the limb back, was it?
No, but there are ways of growing limbs back. You don't have to live without hands or a tongue.
If we save the town, we
this
save
is a nice
them.
fresh arm, this is.
So if we focus our efforts on saving the town, then they'll be freed after we take the town back.
Yes.
And also
I mean,
more
it's one of those
endurance.
things that we're not going to actively kill them, but sadly, if some die, the majority will live after we take the town.
No further people will
I've
be...
never met Morticia, but if it's as bad as you guys say, we're going to need everyone. Everyone.
What? What if we could find the healing thing that healed my arm, and when we found the prisoners, we could maybe heal them and possibly they could use their magic to aid us?
That's a lot of it.
It is a lot of
We don't know where the prisoners are.
If we knew one prisoner, we could find where they are.
I think it would be wonderful if we could go in and rescue all of those people, grow back their tongues and hands and give them the ideal life. But I don't think it is an ideal world.
The fact that it's a possibility means that we should try.
It's only a possibility if we know where they are.
I think we should.
And nobody knows where they are.
It would be good if we could rescue them, but whoever goes to rescue them is going to have to ask themselves, if this doesn't work and the enemy defeat the other parts of your plan and you're there with all those prisoners, are you prepared to surrender and let them continue to have these people?
There is a lot of ifs and buts in rescuing them whilst the assault's going on, and we don't even know where they are. And even if we could, we don't even know whether or not they're going to be happy enough. And some might just be reluctant and in a state of
But if we're not
paralysis.
planning to save anybody, then we might as well relocate.
You know, I'm not saying
Alright.
that we leave them for dead, but
Let's-
after the town's taken,
Let's just get some clarity on this, alright?
Like scout point
Say
and
the prisoners are near the town and easy to access. Raise your hand if you think going to the prisoners as part of this assault is something you think we should do.
How do you know that?
Good luck.
So most people want to
It's the back.
It's the final blow.
You don't have to say
For
it, but-
clarity, that isn't necessarily to rescue them. If they are an acid,
Yes. And it's the horrible reality.
Yeah, every one of the spellcasters who gets to go to those prisoners on that morning may have a meteor swarm. And they have a lot of spellcasters.
You are directly affecting his magic use. He will protect it.
So, with that in mind, is it still the same vote? Still the same number of people?
Just in case you didn't see Harbinger, I think you had 4 votes.
I think if you're going there, that you might have to.
I'm willing to be a team of 4 to go rescue them.
Alright.
Sadly, not a priority.
So we're voting not to go
I think we
and
should
deal
just
with them.
send the stealthy people in, and then it's an option that if we can find them, and we can rescue them. If not, then we just have to find a way of
We
dealing
can-
with
It is an option. It is
If
on the
not, we
fly.
can look
See
for
what
them
I can do.
after the town is taken.
No, we have to do this before, because as you said,
I can't
they're the
promise
ones that
that.
power the meteors that will land on our head.
If we're going to assault the town, we either need to. I mean, not that I'm going to put this, but they either need to be removed or saved.
Well, if you have 3 main targets, you got Ravran, Morthel, and a dragon. You're splitting yourself to 3 stores. Having a 4th separate force is just splitting your assets even further.
I don't think there's no guarantees that Morthel is within the city.
We can locate Morthel.
So I'm kind of new to the group, but I've been like jotting everything down and listening, and it seems like you you're spreading yourselves too thin, and the enemy have a lot of resources. You need to deplete them of their resources, their power. I think cutting off their use of magic is a viable solution. I think the dragon as well is. Saving the city, I think you need to, at the moment, forget about saving the city and the state of the city. I think you need to worry about the resources they have.
How are they feeding everybody in that town?
You need to remove their resources.
Farms in or out of town?
Just outside.
So the best way to win a siege is to deplete them of their food resources.
We're not doing
that takes months.
Yeah, siege will take a long time, and
but
what happens when they march out to meet us?
I mean, them coming to us might be a bit better than us going to
So
them.
they will march out with a dragon, several hundred.
You do not
miscellaneous.
want the dragon.
No, so it's not sieges. We're not sieging.
The dragon is the main concern. If we can't get rid of the dragon, we're all dead no matter what.
So who are we sending to deal with the dragon?
Lift me up again.
My suggestion would be to send a couple of stealthy types to deal with the dragon. I would send a strong party, if Bern is willing, to send a strong party to get up and close to Ravaran as quickly as we possibly can.
Just bear in mind it takes an hour. You're going to have a trip through Anglan and survive that, and then she'll be able to teleport us into the tower.
It is only a brief stopover in Anglan, an hour at most.
Well, I would
That's a long time in Anglan.
This is what I mean, it needs to be factored within.
Oh God, no! Just getting there on fire.
Are you
So if
getting
I
something
could-
from there, or?
No,
If
no,
I could get us
I can
into-
do it. I just need a short rest after I do it, and then I can get us.
If I could get us into Anglan, could you get us straight out?
I would need an hour once we were there, in order to do it again.
Even if I got us there?
If you got us there, then I could do it immediately. We would have to go via Anglan.
Yes.
I got 21 on my bullshit meter.
I know a place we can go in Anglan.
Burn?
Yes,
Burn.
that is my name.
The bird out.
I'll take her just to the one side.
What
What do you want from Anglan? I know something. Talk to me.
How many people do we need to take the collar? You said there's one spell.
I have
Rasvin
in my
needs to do
possession
it.
an item.
You've been very helpful.
You're saying it's
to us.
Rasvin?
He knows the
Help me
dragon.
help you. What do you
So if
want?
we have, see how many people we have here. So we have one person taking care of the dragon. We have
Theoretically, one person.
we have the sea assault, the 5
I
going
want to
in,
win the town.
and then the main
If you
assault
want something
force, and then
too,
that would
maybe we
leave
can help each
a
other.
pretty big amount of people to
But you've got to be
either
honest
assault
with
the
me.
front or deal with some bits and pieces.
I'm
I
offering
don't
to
think
help you.
anything would be gained by assault.
Using
front.
the
You would
abilities
be
I
going up against their main forces.
Simply teleport us to a harmless location, and we will keep our heads low for an hour.
Standing in the front going, hey, look at me!
Again,
Enough to distract them.
the distraction of the
I know
docks
a
would be
porcupine
good
when I-
because
If you have
we
distraction
can
in
say
multiple areas, their forces.
if you
spread.
give us
Being
just a
as
couple
honest
of
as I can.
extra
being
people
honest with the
on
group.
even some of the Helvetians just to crew
Take
the
a
ship,
moment.
we can
Think about
blow
what
a
you're
ship
trying to
up
say.
and
Our
set fire to a
plans
lot of the docks,
are lying to us.
take one of the
What do you want
ships
from
and
anyone?
then sail away. They're obviously going to come with a very sizable force to stop the burning, see
I
out
have
what's
to go via
happening,
Anglan.
which will mean that the left fighters should have hopefully a clear shot to Ragamuffin.
And then we put the big wheel in there, and then
Don't you go now?
Mr. Stonewall.
Can't remember.
Mr. Stonewall.
Go now.
I think
Why are you
that
here?
Mrs. Stonewall Adventuring Guild
Just
may
just
be
curiosity.
able
I'm
to get ourselves
more
in.
than welcome to
Find
be
where
here.
people are and give
Just-
them sellers. We could go for the prisoners.
Curiosity. Why have you not left?
Last time I saw Mr. Stonewall on a ship, a Minotaur
I
popped
do
out.
not like.
They are
Is that
people.
stealthy?
These people
This
will
is
need
my
aid.
home.
Go
This is
there.
where
We can
I
be stealthy, my
came
friend.
to live.
If you
We need
also
one hell of a payout to
But I
cover that sort of
and
job.
my
It would be a
parents
substantial.
are
At
torn
least
between
300 goldies.
these
may I just jump in
places.
here? If you find the prisoners,
As Tabby
and if you have
is
some way to
another
signal
part
us,
of me.
we can pull the ship back
Her
round.
home is there.
We could
Mine
go
is
to the
here.
western docks instead.
And we could
I
pull the
didn't
ship
cause
back round,
offence,
load the
so
prisoners
it's
that
No,
you
no.
find then
You're going
onto
to
the
be
ship.
talking
You could use
about
stronger words from
hundreds
that
of
and not
people.
cause me
Well,
offence.
I thought it was
Trying to
only-
funnel
We'll get the big
hundreds
ship.
of people through a a town which is hostile,
Big
fights
scary
going
meteor.
on,
So how many
people are
explosions.
draining?
The town will also still now be
may
somewhat on fire.
table
but
something
not-
else.
How many people are they draining?
The dragon
I'm
may be
grateful
freed at that
for
point.
being here.
We
And
need
being
to
amongst
find
people
out.
is a good thing for
I mean,
me.
it's a case of
Mm.
if we save half and the other half.
But I do
wait
not
until
have to
we
help
get
you.
back, then
They're not going to be around.
Well,
They're
then
going to be
that's
dead.
a very
So you can
Then at least we've
accept
saved
my
half.
That's a
aid
very big. That's a
or
very
not.
big question we need to find out. How many prisoners and where they are. If not, then we just scratch that entire plan.
I owe
For
you.
me, that is not important.
No,
For me,
See what's left.
No,
the
that's
important
not what I
thing
meant.
is to cut off the heads.
I
of
am
those in power.
offering this though because I
And if
like
we
you.
do that,
I like
then
all
the
of
rest
you.
will fall
So
apart.
do we just send one person to take the dragon, one for the people
We
to
should
fight,
send a
and
small
then everybody else
party to
goes in
take
by
the dragon on just in case.
We're up to our necks in it.
The portal will only be able to take 7 people.
I am not
maximum.
being completely
There is
straight
another
with
way
you.
out
Yes.
inside the tower.
It's in my nature.
Yes.
Those who
And you're just going to have to ask yourself if you can
closer.
accept that.
From Ragamuffin.
Have I ever caused you harm?
Maybe 3 others.
Has anybody tried to contact?
Not me directly.
Have I caused anyone here harm?
Say owe us a full favour.
Which would give you a better shot.
There are people who don't like me, who also don't like you.
From who?
Therefore, we are on the same
We
page.
do not know what the dragon will do.
Yeah,
No,
so
but
I
even if it
get
just
rather
fucks
around.
off, it's still one problem less.
Somebody will remember his name. It's in my notes.
I know when to keep my head down.
Something to Ragamuffin is in the
He knows of
Well, the
me.
dragon is right next to the hell
You would be quite
well, the camp, isn't it?
Yes.
So that's in its direct line of anger.
Otherwise, I would be in
And
my
if there's only-
house right now.
Yeah, and if there's only one person and
Okay,
that
that makes a
person
lot
can
more
release
sense
it
why
and
you're
then
here.
turn invisible and go,
Surrounded by powerful
you would.
people.
But one person versus a whole camp.
How about not one person? How about two?
That's why
Why don't me
I
and the Torah go and do it?
That would
left
be
and found my way here with the
I thought you
oracles.
discovered asked to do the.
You can teleport to
I
Anglia
am
and teleport into
special
town.
Mhm.
Are you with that
And
team?
they told us that they'd owe us a full
I will be
favour.
there.
I can go invisible. I can make her invisible.
Yeah.
We can avoid everybody but the dragon.
Corin.
I will not participate in any
Khalil
combat.
said he can go with the Troy
That
to
is
stop the
not
dragon.
No.
what I do.
Borin, sorry. Borin.
Yes, that would be my preference.
I would be weak
You just want
if
to
I
get
were
rid of
forced
it.
to fight.
I've brought you back too many times.
It's not that I cannot fight.
He's got
It's
a
just that I am rubbish at it.
A non-resuscitation.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You haven't got
DNR.
one like level meteor like.
I know.
At the very least, Crassus
No,
can
my
stuff short that if
none of
the
my
Empire
powers are harmful.
expedition doesn't
Very
go
few
very
of
well,
my
but
powers are
if
harmful to
you
a
find
person.
some way to
What I can do that's
signal
harmful would not be of
at
any
least maybe make
magnitude
for,
to make a
some
difference.
quick exit for you.
And I loathe using powers which
You'll want a quick
may
exit.
hurt innocent
No,
people.
I do not think there'll be any
What is the
of us
device
to
that you've
exit.
got that can help?
In having
You
seven
know people.
that can be enough
I know
to
people.
take out
Probably
one of
know
those.
You have a
some other
magical
people.
artifact that has one charge left, which is the item they use to put
I'm
collars on
familiar
it
with
and off.
several people in
It's got
town.
one charge
Magic
left.
High level.
Keyhole? I'm not.
Yeah.
I'll say
I think you have to be a magic user to
Communication.
operate it. I've not
No.
looked at it myself.
He
I'm a magic
is
user.
always
I'm
escaped
not as powerful as
us.
Raspin or any cleric.
It's difficult.
I
He has
didn't look at it
always
myself.
managed
It's
to
one that
teleport
Ratchet
you.
is in his possession or Corin.
Would you be able to scribe on maybe a couple that you
Oh, the
know?
name of the
My
name of the
particular
genie.
talent is
So we're not going to
seeing
get everybody
people's
into attack
dreams,
this
So there might be a way to contact.
interfering with people's
Distraction at the Western
dreams.
Docks.
Even
I'm
sending
trying to think
them.
like the Troy taking out,
I
taking
can
care of the dragon if they can.
put myself into
There's a
someone's
chair.
mind while they're
Would you like
dreaming.
It's on an amulet, which normally
Well,
press
the
and
people
it
at the
activates
dock,
it. It can
What's
also
that
cause
of a
damage
dragon?
to you when
It
it's
would not be my.
So is it like?
It is not
I would not choose to do such a thing.
like a
There
remote.
are people
Like a
at the,
remote.
Yeah, it's like
who
Can
I can change what people see when they dream. I would not try that against a dragon. Of this
That was my
size, its
suggestion. If you read my
intellect would
plan,
be...
it's meticulously planned out.
And then
yes, I have noticed it's very detailed. It's,
I specialise
Remembering what she
in
really
that.
looks like. As I see.
in
Have you ever
pincer,
heard of
they'll have a clear
a,
shot of seeing these horses.
It's an amazing plan. I like your plan.
Time to get who we can
A what?
on the bow.
It's like a PowerPoint presentation.
I even let it
Ram.
ink the target.
Well, anybody.
Where have you heard the name?
So,
Is this someone we met?
Would be
Yeah, where?
advantageous for us going
I'm not
forward.
sure whether it's
So then the
it's
first
your
group
name or
Do you have anything that can
in a different
well,
area.
that's
When
helps
the travel
resist
there is
fires?
one
We have. No, you're very
Well, the
Well, the name does not mean anything to me.
I think the one
No.
group will.
Not on this plane then.
I found something we'd be able to.
We do not know.
We'll
It's
need
a very
to choose,
strange
I
character.
can tinker with something and have a look at it. I mean, I could probably help out, but that'd be a
And,
probably for Jamie to make on
He
that.
could, yes.
I don't
Yeah,
think
it's
there
a
would be a
favour.
way to give you a
Hopefully
help.
we can strike
Each of us
fast
a
enough
favour.
that
I
see.
could be.
Well, I don't know everybody.
I can improve armour and repair it, bits and pieces of that.
Influence.
Well-connected lady. That
In
is,
what way?
it was always
So if
worth
I had a
asking.
piece of damaged armour,
Without
bits and pieces,
Ravaran, they would
improve
lose
or repair it.
a very,
Oh, again,
very
what
skillful
fusions do you have?
spellcaster.
Is that what fusions do you have?
Not one thing I've got enhanced armour,
I would not wish
improved
to try
arcane
and cast
focus.
that.
Plus one shot.
Yeah.
You've
It
got
would
to
be
design.
too dangerous.
This other one.
Escaped us
Yeah,
3
yeah,
times.
That's armor.
Yeah.
Morthel,
Twice
Yeah.
he has nearly
Yeah.
killed us.
As long as it lasts for
Morthel
3 days
wants
or a
to
long time,
accept.
unless I make something else of it.
3 days.
Yes,
Okay.
he does.
But why Myste-Hass?
yeah, that's a very good question.
Because we're taking this as if we're trying to take them out. The other alternative is to strip whatever in Myste-Hass they wanted for.
Bert just told us of some strange door underneath one of the
I
temples.
mean, if we
that
want to do it,
you couldn't access
instead,
when you
we
went.
can just, from the
Not
docks, instead
in
of
the
blowing up the
city.
docks, we can take Happy Go Larry over there with some bombs, and we could just blow the living hell out of the place.
That is not preferable.
Not trying to destroy the town. If we wanted to destroy the town, we could do it.
It was a spitball
No,
option.
I'm asking why have they taken Myste-Hass?
Now,
They've
what
got
is
an
it-
absolute
yeah.
fortress to the north that is unassailable.
The magic
They've got a
users.
really defensive position. They've had magic users elsewhere before. Why have they taken Myste-Hass?
Yeah, he wants to ascend. So what
But
is
why
there?
is Myste-Hass helping him? There must be something in Myste-Hass.
It's
that
just
they
another- it's
want.
another outpost.
Is this why he needs a prisoners for?
I don't know, but there must be something at Myste-Hass that's making them do what they want to do.
What if he just needs lots of people to sacrifice for his ascension, you know? Lots of innocent people there as a blood
We
offering.
had that to the north. There's villages and cities to the north.
Yes, but there was a large concentration of spellcasters.
How
in
old is
Myste-Hass.
Myste-Hass?
We did see, we saw
Bert?
that
Do you know how
art.
old Myste-Hass is?
that we
Myste-Hass in its current version is a recent town named after the esteemed Elven King. But there was a settlement before.
Do you know what that settlement was, or who settled in it?
Oh, I don't like to hang around too much where there's too many people. Even this is a bit of a stress for me.
You may have heard rumours, or read a book, maybe, or. I mean,
There
you
have
hang out with us
been
sometimes, so
there
maybe-
have been people there in the past, but I've not always been here. This is just a very nice coastal area where I was hoping to spend the rest of my days looking at the sun hitting the sea. I don't really like to meddle with the affairs of those who lived in these overpopulated places. There have been people there for a long time, although obviously before the Elven King came it was unoccupied for quite a period.
There's a Templar guard we found underneath there that had that unleashing the undead. There possibly are other temples.
yeah.
And we also haven't discussed the fact that his mother has been around and she was hanging out with Ravaran last term.
Yeah.
And she has similar abilities to me to influence things around her.
I don't think that was mother. But that woman was.
Whoever she is,
Awful.
she was certainly a powerful enemy as well.
He could be after a wish stone to make him immortal. That's what other avatars have used to try and ascend to immortality and godhood.
What's a wish stone?
Oh, you don't want to know.
Sounds like something we want.
Like, what is it, and how is it created? Is it
Too soon, man!
Still painful.
What is it and how is it created is the question. We know how the Janai stones were created. What's a wish stone?
I don't know. I think it's something to do with. I just don't know. I think it has the power of a wish spell, but I don't know where you find it or how you get it.
It's almost a fable in itself.
I'm sure no one was hurt in retrieving it.
Such things are legendary.
So
if you had one,
count up
everyone would
people
admire you.
Who we've got going to what groups.
Need
We'll
it.
know if we do have enough for a fourth group to go for.
Well, if we have Orban and Datura going for the dragon, and we have the powerful people going to cut the head of the snake off.
So who's going for the powerful people to cut the head of the snake off? You say there's a 7.
I just look at Gartok.
Who you taking?
Who better equipped to hack a head off?
Gartok would be essential.
How about you come
Who
with
better
me
to hack a head off?
They're going to need Gartok to.
When you say the head, you mean Ravaran?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because
he's not even the head, he's the tail, but
No,
yeah.
he's one of the
But
He's the butt. He's the
You're up against
absolute
a dragon.
arse
You're gonna have to weaken those around.
I'm not
more
trying to
than
fight the dragon,
more
which I'll
than.
free it.
we might have to.
And then who can come to the docks with Crassus and
Burn.
so
can't
when
promise me
Crassus and
Arturo
me
will
are
set it
getting to
fine
the
because
docks,
it might have to
as we're setting
I
stuff
can't
on
face the
fire,
dragon alone.
we will be loading up the one ship we're
Lord help
taking
us get
with
out.
people around, civilians, to get them basically out
If
before
that-
the
I want to
hordes
run more.
descend.
If we have that, we have the main party that assaults the head. We have the people that take the dragon. We have the distraction at the docks with the fibre in there.
Distraction / evacuation.
Slash
if we can.
evacuation. It
just
still
think all
means
these
that if we
distraction
can
things are gonna get
actually
killed.
scry where these people are, we can use the other people to try and take some of the prisoners out, or failing that, to maybe have to
Crassus and me
neutralise his power.
Crassus and me still will need a
And
couple
then
of pairs
we-
of hands.
We'd need some of the Lizardfolk or some of the Helvetians to help you guys, and then bring the boat round.
I
and live
prefer the Helvetians. They're going to take
If
instruction.
we were to take over the town and hold prisoners, where would we hold a mass amount of prisoners?
I think if you were to take off the head, as you want to say, the bulk of his forces might try and flee. They came on boats. If you burn his boats, then they will have nowhere to go to. They'll be forced to fight or flee out into the wilderness, or you'll have to kill them all. Or they'll hold up in the town.
That
So
is the option I would prefer.
kill them all.
Kill them all.
Well, if that's what is
Would be
necessary.
a place where you could hold hundreds of people.
If we can find where these other people are,
Yeah, can we
and
scry?
we can enter via the
Just
castles
end
with
this.
the
At
other
my
party.
age,
I've never been into the arena. An arena, you say?
Harbinger.
Such a
Harbinger.
place.
The
Hello.
place to hold
Ciao.
hundreds of people. The best place in town equipped is the arena. Is it possible? Is it possible that the prisoners are being kept at the arena?
Can someone scry now?
You couldn't.
Let's
check.
ask Bob the
actually,
Hound
no,
and
no, no,
message
no.
Jeffrey. See if he has any knowledge of anyone who's been taken and captured prisoner, or if he knows where they are. And then we'll see if we can scry.
Yeah.
Alright.
Because there was an underground to the arena and everything.
Father Hal's going to message Jeffrey then.
I've just finished this chicken wing and then I'll be right with
Sensors
you.
can't appear inside the temple. Creatures within can't be targeted by different, so it's within the temple.
Have a little think over my dinner.
You've skipped some sessions in your homework too.
Because I just remember that you, when the tower fell, you fought some really
pretty much.
I don't know anything more.
There's going to be.
I know that with your description,
His house has definitely been liberated.
It sounds like you need some freedom. It's all very well and stealthy, but you still need support. You still need healers. You still need.
Jenna Stones, fuck yeah.
Sounds like rescue. Sounds like a job. Mrs. Plasterboards, venturing guilds.
Only if the pay's right. If the pay's right.
I'm getting better money this time. I just found out.
You wish to, it's entirely up to you, but.
They emptied out a dragon hall.
Or at least.
And we only got 2 platinum each, and they emptied a dragon hall.
Undo its collar.
We get better luck
like
next
how-
time for rescuing
And run like
risking our lives.
an adult, was it an elder
You're obviously
red
in
dragon?
the horde that
They are the most aggressive.
What's that, sorry?
There's pretty much a dragon horde wherever
They
it
said
exists.
they gave us 14
I
pounds
just
to
thought
take
you
out that
draconic
camp.
and dragons in
And
one
we asked for a
place.
substantial reward. And they said, well, this is
I imagine
substantial.
you got
Just found out they actually took out a dragon horde as well, so...
Oh,
You will not be able to
we've done a few.
with
Tens
the
of
dragon
thousands,
horde.
tens
There
of
is no
thousands of
reason.
gold have just
It
been
sounds
Most
like we
like
just keep
kill,
getting
try and
the
kill
crumbs.
you, and then try and kill its original.
You're like what?
The
Level two?
pyramid just got to try and immediately when Razaran and Morfell are
constructing a
I think it was
chicken leg. Maisie takes so long to think. How many chicken legs you got?
He's not the. If he's got a collar around his neck, it's not there with his
Now you're suggesting we go
If someone put a collar around your neck, what's the first thing you do? If you're rude, it's not big
Does he know much about Janai
Okay.
Probably going to burn it
As
down.
the rest of it. A little bit more than the rest of it.
So
Gunther's going to come round and speak to you.
But
Like,
to be
we
honest,
seem a lot more
this
open
stage-
to the fact of the Janai bomb here than is it Harbinger?
He's got the
If I'm
material.
going to build one, I need some help with this as well. Would you be able to help me with this if I can building them?
I'm under no illusion.
I just get Janai and I strap tons of explosive stuff.
Just a load of dynamite.
I get a Janai stone, a chisel, and a hammer.
Meanwhile, the gods are like, oh my god.
He's got temperance like that somewhere. Like.
Is this something you've attempted before?
Wait, well, I didn't use a Janai stone. We used a kind of bomb before and it worked perfectly, so it should work this time.
Insight check.
I like him, he's smart.
Oil and a flaming arrow.
Where would you put the bomb?
I pretty much just gave him
In
like
the
what would be a giant Molotov cocktail to one person to throw it, and that was it.
Distraction.
Logistically, what you're going to boil down to, obviously, is you're looking to assemble a number of sessions. So you need a table's worth of people for each of your proposed plans.
Are we planning to
One's
do
a
it
lightning mage,
simultaneously?
one's a slightly
or are we
angry
planning to
radiant
do-
That depends on who we choose at which table. So having the right people there will take priority. If we do have two groups that can run simultaneously, those games will happen simultaneously, but Dad will run them mostly, all of them.
2 or 3 different sessions, but have them kind of alongside each other, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I've done this before. What happens in one session will affect what happens in the
So
next
they will
session.
be run in order of
Yeah.
what
Yeah.
will influence another. So for instance, that dock team, if
Would
they
go
went in, they would
first.
have
Would
to
be first.
wait for the prisoners. So yeah, or if we did that, it might not happen like that. But yeah,
You could run a dock team and the prisoners together, couldn't you?
potentially, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if one of these things is only going to involve a couple of people,
Yeah.
then I will run that with another small team, and I'll cut between. I can do that. That's fine.
Father Howell,
Father Howell's going to message.
he takes out his reliquary to Imogen, wipes away his chicken hand.
He's had a good berry diet.
Where are they keeping and draining the magical prisoners? Do you know of any magic users captured? Are you safe? Blessings of Imogen.
Leslie, are you okay?
This is still with tongue.
I'm so very worried for you. Are you eating enough?
More than enough.
Fucking useless.
Oh yes. What was the question?
How many level 3 spell slots this Father Howell got?
Probably not many now.
Is that it?
Bloody useless.
Make sure you answer his questions first and then ask him the questions you want to ask.
Yes.
Good, yes.
Oh, okay.
Where are the people?
Good, yes. More than enough. Where are the one?
Yes.
Is it second?
I believe so.
Yep. Second level.
What's sending?
Yep.
Right.
Mine's third.
Jamie, just while they're doing that, you know the earring?
Yeah.
Was
You
that
can
a
do it
achievement?
one more time.
The what, sorry?
The earring. Was that?
It is an achievement item.
Yes, third. Right.
We need to try it. Within 2 miles.
Within 2 miles.
Mm-hmm.
Hearing, can we fit it on the horse?
Just while
Is it
just while this is on, when are we looking at doing this? Because I'm away next week. That's all.
You probably love it.
It won't. I don't think it'll be immediately.
Okay.
We've got an event this weekend, so we're kind of busy for.
How many mules can the party get hold of?
Sending an army of mules.
Panzer mules.
Panzer mules.
Blow the gate down and send in the mules.
You made one mistake.
But you've created something beautiful.
Well, we just need thunder.
Oh God.
Okay, you ready again?
Alright. I'm fine. Well fed. Where are they keeping and draining the magical prisoners? Do you know of any magic users captured? Imogen keep.
That warms my heart. Yes, I do know. I've managed to get myself in supplying food to the prisoners. Cages. They're in the arena.
Still, we'll just. I don't know that I hear it, but I'll feel somebody here say they're in the arena. I'm like,
Jeffrey says they're keeping the prisoners in cages in the arena.
Are there not
Do we know if the catacombs and the sewers head to the arena? Because that would give us our method
The
of
Temple
entry.
of Gar is close.
There's catacombs under
The arena.
arenas.
I don't know if there's a way into them other than in the arena though.
When what that undead beast he escaped through?
So there are the tunnels under the arena. There are catacombs which lead under the town. We do not know if they're connected.
Those
two ways into the catacombs and the sewers. There's the one by the western docks. There is the way which basically said.
Those who ventured with me into the town before, I do not know how they escaped. Those who entered the town with me before, I don't know how they got out of the town.
To help, really, any.
Because this could be the making it up. If these sewers and the catacombs meet and the tunnels make it into the arena, then we don't have to walk any prisoners out through the town. We just send them out underneath. Nobody can see us then.
May I?
Let's just quickly walk them out.
From the arena to the.
How they come through the tunnels?
May I interject? Just with Crassus and I were looking at some lovely nautical maps he had so beautifully drawn out. We were talking about our explosive journey into the docks. The arena is very close to the docks. The fighting force that we're distracting and pulling away from the dragon and Ragamuffin is going to take a while and quite far away from the arena. So, we were thinking if we could take a couple of people in with us, we could, before blowing the ships up and starting everything, get to the arena, sneak to the arena, try to get as many people as we can out. It's not that far if we've cleared the way of the odd patrol or two to the docks. Whilst we're getting them on the ships, if we could have Gunther with us to then rig up some nice quick explosives, blow the remaining ships up, we've saved a load of people, we've started the distraction, hopefully by then the dragon may have been sorted out as well, and you guys would have done your teleporty shifty business to get to.
You're talking about herding
some of that magical asset.
And
we're talking
we
about
would-
sucking them like batteries.
Ready for your big fight, we would have cleared the arena of people. Crassus and I are also aware of the greater good business through. Anyone that doesn't want to be saved will have to be purged. Let's say.
I've got a bit of a better idea of how we use the arena. If we think they're going there at dawn to recharge from the prisoners, if we go and confront Ravaran at the arena, he's not going to meet us all because that's his asset.
I mean, that is actually quite a clever idea. But what if he does? I mean,
well, he does. He's going to do it anyway. Well, on the plus side, he hasn't got access to his prisoners anymore.
It's a suicide mission.
It's talk about gaining leverage. A couple of us have survived a meteor swarm. It's doable. We have a lot of clerics here with Death Ward. We can potentially buff that party.
Death Ward doesn't require any concentration, which means...
No, I have it active right now.
We cast several times.
Genuinely do.
We cast several times and last for, 8 hours?
Like you said there, if the Western docks are just here, if the distraction's here, we got all these other docks down here. If there's boats
most of their ships are at the southern dock for when they land.
We were going to start with the distraction. We were going to start at the southern docks. So get everyone from the arena to the southern docks, and then as we go round, basically set fire to everything shipwise on the way round.
We'd have to,
including the western docks.
I think you guys should focus more on just the demolition part rather than
We'd
the
have
hostages
to build
part.
a boat.
I think the rescue party could be taking the prisoners down through the tunnels and out. If we know where if the tunnels end up near the southern dock, rather than take them through the town and have all the people seeing us, we send them out underneath.
We don't know whether they do that.
Then the tunnel comes through the western dock.
But if they do, that would be.
But if we sent
the best
some
option.
people to recce, some stealthy people to go and have a look at the
just be aware of those people going underneath. They will be dealing with a lot of undead, and if they bite you,
There are undead under the town?
Yes, there's ghouls.
Temple of God. So, yeah.
But if you, if you are bitten, you are essentially the walking end unless you have a particular flower.
There was a big slimy thing in the sewers.
There's a lots of things under the sewers.
Why are we trying to save this town?
Didn't the tunnel come up in the west docks, not the south?
I've left my gold.
Purify with fire.
Yeah, we're going to
Exterminatus. Everyone learn Meteor.
Right. I think that your idea of maybe the main group going to there is the optimal choice whilst they're trying to recharge. They will be dealing with all the magic users.
But I do not think that would be wise for us to take on all the magic users.
I mean, yeah.
But they're not going to charge all at the same time, surely.
If you can teleport people in, and Burn can teleport people in, we could potentially split the magic users with two parties.
I could not teleport into the town.
Yeah, the problem is if you want to...
Actually, yes, I could.
Whoever goes... If you're wanting to target one specific person that may be recharging in the morning...
No, there's
all of
many people.
That's what I'm getting to. So everyone's going to be recharging in the morning, so you're not going to be fighting that one person. You're going to be fighting one of his casters out.
Yeah. This is why I was thinking if we could get 2 teams in there, we'd split.
What time of day is it?
It's mid-morning.
That's if they wanted to be split up.
Well, I mean, they sort of have to.
They might just...
Late morning coming on to lunchtime, actually.
They might come for one now, but then
looking to return.
No, he will curse it! He will curse it with his dice!
Bounce has been so quiet, he's just been slowly tuning into this new crystal ball.
And then just deal what they can with the ones in the prisons.
I wonder if you could, guiding bolt and ETA.
If there's so many people, we can't teleport in. We send some from
DC 17.
That's quite alright.
And then you
Maybe
maybe
crystal
set
ball.
up
I'm going to say, I haven't got scry.
a backup of
I've got scry.
Cool.
I have my wisdom 15.
Explosion underneath.
Okay.
If we need it as a backup.
Have we got anything on his? Because we get buffs for that.
You know me so well, Jack.
So you can make a ball around the stone.
You get a plus 5.
Ball out of you.
We just go and just deny stone.
Yes, so if it's... Doesn't that...
Well, I know him, I know what he looks like.
Yeah, but is that on his roll? Or against...
It'll be, it'll be on the DC, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just add or minus.
You're certainly familiar with the tower.
Yeah, so it's likeness or pictures, -2 to your roll. Possession of garment, -4. Body part, lock of hair, bit of nail. Got nothing. Fuck.
He definitely passed.
Okay.
No, he hasn't passed. You've definitely succeeded.
Oh, right, okay.
So your image coalesces
I do not think
in
the
the
creatures in
ball.
the sewers would cause us much trouble.
A chamber appears. Wood panelling. Clearly a house. Looks familiar with the style of the city. Ravaran
Would have the advantage of taking whoever we
is stood by a dresser at the edge of the room.
have a party.
There's a selection of small containers on the dresser. He turns. There's a bed in the room. Woman in the bed. Same woman you just saw at the volcano. She sits up and looks at him. He turns to speak to her. Tell me, how do you feel today will go? She closes her eyes for a moment, concentrates. I feel today could go to extremes in either direction. Foshiana, could you not be so oblique for once? It is the manner of what I do, my dear. It is the manner of what you do that offers you a position here with me. Now, can you give me more clarity? I cannot. If they attempt today, then I can influence them negatively. Well, I must go to the halls. We have messengers to speak to later. He goes to leave the room. You gonna stay on him?
Yep.
Okay. He leaves, going down the stairs, out the hallway of the house, Sten's house, northeastern quarter of the town, making his way through the streets, 2 guards picking up and following him along. You see some commoners in the periphery of the vision of the crystal ball moving out of his way, knowing who he is, fearful of his guards. Makes his way to the town centre, into the halls and a side room. Lawmaster Borrow is here.
Bastard.
Ah, so good to see you. I've kept everything running smoothly. Is there any word from the north? Not as of yet, although the messenger is to arrive later this afternoon. They're getting less careless and learning to block us. I do not think it will be long before they make an attempt. Worthless though it'll be. They're like children, the way they fight. Always just lashing out. I understand. Is it another session this morning? Yes, I think so. I need to stretch my arms. The 2 of them move from the room, through the halls, downstairs. They go into a room which has shackles on the wall. Lawmaster Borrow is chained up in the shackles. Now, tell me more about the stone. Well, I've told you everything I know. Wait,
He looks towards the door. Your vision stops.
Thank you. Just not even.
Lord Mr. Borrow was tied up.
Yes. The real Lord Master Borrow.
There was two.
Yeah, there were two.
He went in and he spoke to Lord Master Borrow. Then he went downstairs to another room where Lord Master Borrow was chained up.
3 guesses which one's the real one.
The one who went first.
Officer exhausted now.
And it was Forciana.
Phociana, yes.
Spell that.
Foshhiana.
Forciana.
Yeah, I can't.
Forciana. Foshhiana. That's what you get for working in a call centre. You learn to go. F-O.
Stop looking at my notes.
F-O-S-H.
Sail on in there. Sail on in. I'll never see you.
No, between bronze.
I don't even know why that's relevant, so I wasn't here for that bit.
I wish to scry on my turd I left
When
at
he
the attention of the
spied, he
people.
spied
All that
and she kind of determined how the day was going to go, so they could go to the extremes. Which we think is like what Rasmus can do with his abilities.
There was a messenger.
Divination
It's the same one
Intercept the
which
messenger.
was
He is to get up on.
Can I send Gremlin as Hawk?
You can.
And find me someone that's riding towards town on the main road.
Might not be riding, might be flying, might be ascending.
We've just been working it out.
Yeah.
Rasvin,
The spell Shatter.
can we send Hootie out to look for a messenger?
We could start at the southern.
Can we send Hootie out to look for a
on the
messenger?
way over, burn the western.
A messenger.
And then head to the southern.
Yes. There is a messenger travelling from the north to Myste-Hass.
To the dock to get to the west and unless
We're going to send Gremlin out.
Or we could vice versa.
Search the ground.
Either way, we can still rescue people.
We don't know what they look like, we don't know whether they're coming on ground,
we want to get
in air.
to the seductive,
The more eyes we can get in the sky.
we have to go close.
We were thinking taking bronze.
Potentially intercept.
Shifting into something big.
If they see them, we can intercept and change the message.
Well, read the message first.
If there's any time.
That too.
It may be a verbal message rather than one which is written. We will find the message and find out what it is.
Gremlin's gone at this point.
Sure.
Yeah.
Swim-wise, it should be something.
Start looking
Kira as well.
If we got boats close enough.
Kira would have.
No loss.
2 birds.
How long does your polymorph last for?
3 birds, 1 traveller?
It depends on how long I can keep my concentration up.
Does it have a range of how far something can travel when it's polymorph?
They
Yeah,
essentially
Jeremy,
become the creature.
So
I was hearing that bit about sending the scout, set up an off with Kira. As part of that offer to go.
Kira's going to go.
As part of the offer to go in.
Gremlin's It's a full familiar
I
assault.
was going to say, we've got a proper display team at this point. Send the drones.
Okay, so you've got a certain range on them for you being able to communicate with them, haven't you?
But you can give them commands to like go do something and then come back to me.
Okay, so you're sending Kira out to look for
This messenger.
You're sending Gremlin out to look for this messenger.
Yeah.
Hootie as well. Okay. Familiar squadron.
Smoke trails, bird shit.
All right. So they will depart, and we come back to that. Oh no, I haven't. Yeah, I'll sort that out. So prepare yourself, because in that book you're going to get a couple of things that exist on D&D Beyond but aren't in the release material. You're allowed to use them. Okay, so it's a special. Just because you've got this spell book, it will allow you access to these non-standard spells. Okay.
So it depends on the person's level and the challenge range.
What level?
So it depends on the person's level.
I'm grabbing.
Only changes up to their level.
Raggedy ass hawk you've ever seen.
Okay, so I'm going to take a perception check from those three familiars, please.
Oh, I get advantage.
Can you give me a hooty perception check, please?
Sorry, sir.
The familiars are doing perception checks to find out who this rider is. If they can see one.
Keen sight perception is wisdom.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
That is very good.
Then he'll polymorph himself.
That's still caught. Oh my god. 16.
16.
I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to get advantage. I'm trying to remember the advantage.
Sight, isn't it?
Come in. Not mine.
If you bear with, I will find out in a moment. I just need to open another tab. I just need to open another tab.
Yeah,
Perception plus 3 on the owls. Okay.
An
But
owl,
you get
yeah.
advantage.
Oh, yeah.
So I better found it. 18 total.
18 total.
It's better. I'm just getting it. I rolled a 40.
Plus 3,
Is it 17?
It's an owl. It's an owl, isn't it? So it's plus 3, yeah.
So you've got 3 really good rolls.
16, 17, 18. It's 17.
Alright.
So we've got 18, 17.
All three of you will catch sight of a rider. Okay. When they come back, they can report to you. This rider is moving on horseback towards the town. Would you have had your familiar follow them all the way there, or are you just looking for?
Follow.
Where would they have been?
Yeah, how far did they get?
Because my idea is we send out people, capture the messenger.
Okay, so they're not that far away from the tower.
From the tower?
They're not that far away from the tower at the point it is, so that they are maybe a mile away from the tower at the point you send the.
We've just got to mount Altibo and go get him.
Olive will go direwolf
on the back of Altibo's, on Altibo's back.
Who, sorry?
Altibo.
Who's going on the back? You are?
No! Me! I don't go yet!
What's happening?
Messenger.
I can help us transport. Oliver's just going to go into a wolf. Direwolf form.
Alright. Okay. Altibo!
I wasn't paying attention, I'm so sorry.
We're going after somebody.
Glorious. Something big.
I'll jump onto Altibo's back.
So who's going? Who's
I think at the moment, me and Dramos are going on Altibo. And Oliver's just turned into a direwolf. Direwolf?
Yeah, direwolf.
I don't get on it.
Well, that's why we're going after
how far is a mile you're going, isn't it?
Well, Dramos is on the back of Altibo and we're about to fly.
Gunther!
Guys have to all shape into a squirrel. Yeah! And jump on.
Yes!
I turn as a squirrel, I will spray up and sit on your shoulder.
So you've got
this little grey squirrel.
Goliath and a little dwarf that's gone.
Jump on the back of the direwolf.
They're massive. Size of wolves, basically.
Go! Kicked up.
I don't weigh that much.
The docks.
I mean, that is to scale.
Harbinger, Dramos.
That's a huge creature. You're about there.
Fast movement speed, isn't it? It's
a pony.
It's got a squirrel on the shoulder, which is Garter.
I'm running.
I've wanted to just it's a little grey squirrel.
So I'm holding on to Harbinger, holding on to this little
Altibo, Harbinger, Dramos, Squirrel Garter. Anything on a balance on the squirrel?
Allborin riding Olive.
And Allborin riding a direwolf. How fast does a direwolf move?
50.
50. Okay, so you're going to be bounding through all of this at a slightly slower speed. So leaving the tower, or leaving the protection of Corim's tower, you move through what's left of the cut down trees from where the Helvetians taken out, through the hills towards the south. Altibo in the sky, moving incredibly fast.
Hair's like, can't fucking see anything. My visor drops down.
So Harbinger, Gartok, Dramos, Reinhold and Allborin. Olive, yes of course. have all gone out the door. Gone.
Let's not give our actions away by making a distraction at the gate, but let's kill their messenger on the way back so they know what's going on.
All right. So the first people to see it would be Altibo. Oh no, I've been make a perception check.
Just to make us giggle.
Speed.
Oh, it's not bad for you.
50.
So Altibo rolled a 19, so he definitely see the rider.
He sees. He sees.
Okay, so Altibo sees this rider moving fast. It's a Helvetian on it.
23. Helvetian?
It's a Helvetian on the horse.
I'll shout that back to Drama. It's a Helvetian.
Okay. Squirrel sort of clinging on for dear life.
Tails
So what are we doing? Am I just folding the wings and dropping?
No,
dive
don't
bombing it?
do that. Don't do that.
Immediately take it out.
Form at him, and then
Immediately take it out, and I
I
can take the damage.
No, please don't
No, I
do
can.
that.
Mistress, I can definitely take the damage.
Gentle descent,
Look
gentle
at that.
descent,
I got
please.
hurt the other day, and I'm absolutely fine.
I won't be fine if you do that, okay? Gentle descent.
It's all about you, isn't it? Fine, I will bring us down slowly. You want to land nearby in a feathery meadow.
I would like you to cut him off.
In front of him.
Yeah.
I can do that. And he curls the wings in. Cuts down low, flap open the wings where it loads, the air gets underneath and pulls down, moving ahead of it and dropping onto the road ahead of the rider. The rider sees you pulling back on the reins and goes to turn the horse.
Fucking ride him down.
Okay.
Fireball!
So he's not moving as fast as Altibo. We've had the horseshoes. So Altibo's right up on behind him. You can see him flicking the reins, going as fast as he can. He's heading directly east now.
Can you make a wisdom saving throw?
Could you jump off Altibo?
That is a natural one.
Yay! Oh, good.
And shat the bed.
Let's see what he turns into.
He explodes. Let's see what he turns.
Something which isn't going to be moving.
Is this him or the horse?
Him.
Okay.
Tortoise.
Yeah, I'm going to say a turtle or a tortoise.
A tadpole? It's got to be a beast. Bear with us.
It's
Sorry,
a
things are going
tortoise
a
a
bit
beast.
slow. It depends what it's classed as in the monsters. Something very low rating, very small. He's going to turn into a... Oh man. Turn him into a crab. That'll make Crassus happy.
If I could see. Crab would be your best one, actually. They're quite slow.
It's a tiny beast, a tortoise.
It's going to be turned into a crab.
Okay, so flicking the reins, and then suddenly his whole mass shrinks in. How big a crab are we talking about here?
Just
a tiny crab.
Basic normal crab.
Its pincers ill-equipped to hold on to the reins of a horse. He slides off, hitting the ground. How much damage can a crab take?
Oh no, there we go. He's going to poof back in.
D4. 2.
2. So he hits the ground, the horse still running on, immediately turning straight back into the form of
do it again.
Helvetian. He gets to his feet. Stop! Going to run towards the horse.
Hold yourself, or you'll be turned into something much worse than a crab.
Kick him to Altibo. Kick him with Altibo.
He draws a sword. Get back from me. Get back.
To harm you.
Can I leap from where I'm perched? The flying squirrel.
The flying squirrel.
I choose you.
And drop my wild shape and tackle the guy.
Okay, you drop your wild shape. He throws his sword into the ground, puts his arms up.
I'm just going to grab him and, not knowing what his capabilities are, hold his hands down and hand over his mouth so he can't speak or do magic.
Okay.
One arm
Ride
down.
round
One
and
arm
retrieve
down.
that horse.
Have you got your
No,
foot
I did
on
that
the
one.
Actually, can we intercept the horse?
Yes. So you'll arrive shortly afterwards. You can get hold of the horse. The horse has actually stopped
barrel.
running a short distance afterwards. With no rider, it's lost interest
Do you
in
want a Red
them.
Dead jump on the horse?
Yeah, I'll see if we try and jump
It
off
might
the
be
horse.
somebody.
It's a pantomime.
Make an acrobatics check, please, as you leap from the direwolf to the horse.
Oh, one second, let's see if I can.
No! It's an Oren roll! 9!
Okay, so you leap from the direwolf straight over the saddle of the horse, touching it with your butt before rotating. No! Grabbing at the air and falling hard on your back. Air blown from your lungs.
Can I jump as a direwolf, wild shape back into my normal form and try and get on the horse?
Make an acrobatics check.
As a little old lady. -1.
Jump up with the direwolf and then just...
It's still an 8.
Okay, the horse is startled by, first of all, him jumping over, this direwolf also bearing down it. Goes to try to run, and you leap to where the horse was, it's galloping away.
Oh, fuck!
You land hard on Alborin.
Yeah. Can you go get this one?
Olive, get off me!
We're getting off, I'll do it. Me and Altivo will ride over to the horse.
Okay.
That's it.
Fucking grab it.
The horse has moved a distance away and again lost interest. You know, the direwolf gone and is now eating some grass.
We're gonna get this horse and take him back, Altivo.
Oh, I see.
Not for me.
It's a horse escort mission now. I was promised glory. No dive bombing.
No.
And now it's a horse escort mission.
You had your glory the other day.
I thought I was going to be on the team that went on the dragon.
I will send you on the team with the dragon if you want.
Oh, yes.
Fucking liability, Altivo. Who's taking Altivo?
I want to go with that other paladin, the one who said he wanted to take the dragon.
I can't believe Altivo.
I'm just amazed that you haven't volunteered to fight the dragon. That's what I'm amazed at.
We're not fighting the dragon.
Why not?
We're not. We
I'll
will
see
be
if I
fighting the
can take
dragon.
him.
Forget.
It's always later with you. Yes, we'll fight the dragon, but today we're going to be herding horses. You are the mistress. I will, of course, obey your commands.
Yeah, you bloody well will.
Yeah. There are other paladins out there, you know, who would appreciate a horse like me.
I'm a cleric and I'd appreciate you.
Just so you know, Harvard, I can interrogate the horse if you need me to.
I'm gonna need it.
Okay.
Worst bad guy.
So you're going to take these guys back to the tower, yes? Is that the plan, or are you going to interrogate them on the road?
I don't think we're going to interrogate them right here, right now.
Right here, right now.
How far from the town are they?
So it's about 2 miles by the time they caught up to them.
No.
Okay, so probably within eyesight of...
2 miles from the tower.
I'm gonna
2 miles from the tower, not the town.
Oh, yeah, 2 miles from the tower.
I'm just going to turn to Olive.
2 miles from the town.
Tower.
Yeah.
So 4 mile. No, it's
Yeah, 8 miles from
it's about 8 miles town.
That's alright, out of view. Beat the shit out of Dramos.
You were coming from the north.
Damn it.
You work for him? You know what I mean? I know you guys are stubborn. You're well-trained warriors and well-trained fighters. You take coin to fight on one side or the other. You're meant to be protecting Myste-Hass, but if you're working for him, then either you have turned your back on the Helvetian ways, or you are not a Helvetian. Is he wearing a collar? I'm looking at his neck.
No, he's not wearing a collar.
You can either speak or we can start doing other things which may make you speak, or...
My name is Roland. I am a Helvetian, and I request the right to be interrogated by one of my own.
Could you make a wisdom 14 saving throw?
Straight away I fall that.
20.
Bastard! I was casting detect thoughts.
Why do you wish to be interrogated by one of your own when you switch sides? What gives you that right? Marcus was a good man. He died defending the town. You lot have switched sides.
Well, you're going to return me to the tower. Let's get to it.
I had no intention of taking you back to the tower.
Then it's death.
Was not there. Just wish to know what you were travelling to town for.
And if I tell you what I was travelling for, you will let me go, I suppose?
Yes, because you need to deliver a message, I believe.
I am not delivering a message.
What are you delivering?
I'm not delivering at all. I'm scouting.
Scouting for who?
Scouting the town. Heading to the perimeter. Getting eyesight on the walls. Reporting back.
Inside check. Bastard. Fuck. 9.
He's lying.
I guess
Oh.
zone of truth.
It's a
Has to
wisdom
make a
saving throw.
charisma saving throw.
Charisma.
13.
18 is my DC.
Would Gartok have to make, because if he's currently holding him.
Everybody in the zone has to do it.
Well, it depends on if they're in the circle.
Well, you'll know if I lie or not.
Yeah, same.
Well, no, zone of truth if you don't
Who
have to
put
tell
the money
truth.
on my bed?
I pass. Pretty good job.
Yeah, so it's charisma saving.
Oh yeah.
Sure.
So he's failed.
You
He's
can
failed.
stop yourself
Okay.
from telling an answer, but any answer you give has to be the truth.
Yeah. God, no.
So you will know if I am telling a lie, which
Fine.
I have passed.
No,
being charmed.
what if you fail? If you fail
You
it,
have you choose not to answer, or you have to tell the truth.
there you go.
And if you pass, the person knows that they've passed.
Yeah.
You can still tell a lie, but the person knows that you
can
passed it.
tell a lie.
Like,
Not that you have to lie.
yeah.
It's a 15-foot spear, and I'm focusing it on
50-foot spear.
Spear!
It's got serious.
Focusing it on the man. Were you scouting?
No.
Were you going to inform them of a message?
I was.
What was this message?
Information about the recent attack. Reduced numbers.
What recent attack?
Several of the Helvetians lost people. Weakened your position at the tower. Improved our chances.
To one of them. Are you a Helvetian at all?
No.
Do you know what they're planning in the town?
No. I'm looking for position. Prestige. You can't blame me for that. To be accepted. Valued member of a society. That's what they will give me.
You believe them?
I'm useful to them. They will appreciate it.
Why are you useful to them? What uses do you have?
I found a purpose. Something I can do.
Which is what? Deliver messages? I'm sure they've
Deliver
got plenty of
messages.
those.
Brave being amongst you people.
So you're a spy?
A risky game.
It is.
I know how easily you murder.
He's telling the truth there as well.
So how long have you been amongst us?
Months.
And how many messages have you delivered?
A dozen.
How do you deliver the messages?
I hand them to a rider outside of the town.
How do you feel about your fellow brethren being slaughtered?
They're not my fellow brethren.
You say you handed these messages over. What kind of things have you informed them on?
What you've been doing, the lizard folk, scouting of the farms, plans to attack the other 2 forts.
I can't believe that we missed our lives and saved those men and gone in this world.
I've been giving them names.
Of who?
Anyone unaware of who casts magic.
And are there any other spies in the town?
I think spy is a strong word. I think what I did took bravery.
Are there any other informants?
Well, that answers it. I say yes.
Do you know what they're doing to the magic users in the town?
I've heard rumours
Of what?
that they're being held prisoner.
Where?
I've not been in the town for a while.
Where are they hiding them? Do you not know?
I left town shortly after the attack.
Say I don't know where they are.
I'm going to make Olive's eyes start glowing with fire.
Yeah, I'm going to say they can refuse to say anything in Zone of Truth.
Make an intimidation check.
Who?
You.
Oh, that is the wrong person to be doing it.
With advantage because your eyes are glowing fire.
+1. Dirty 20.
I'm going to speak to your manager.
After the attack, I spent a little bit of time hiding, but I am aware that they took a lot of them to the halls and then transported them off to the southeast part of town. I did not go there, I didn't see them.
Is that where the
arena is?
Okay, I managed to get myself, I went and turned myself in. They were grateful, they offered me position, and I volunteered for this. I thought it would be a way to prove myself. And I've had more recognition than I ever got before from doing this.
What are they doing to the magic users?
I don't know. I don't think about it.
Your recognition is wasted if Ravaran sees all. Now you are an expended asset. Just be aware. You have let secrets loose.
Then nothing for me to do but leave.
I'm gonna, in my own head, what's this man's fate?
Make a religion check.
Tits.
No response from your god.
Okay.
So you're on the way to tell them that we are in a weakened state.
Yes.
Which will potentially lead to an attack. Possibly
Yes.
the dragon coming to us.
Possibly. I don't know. I know I informed on them. They particularly want.
They particularly want.
They're particularly interested in 3 individuals.
Which 3?
4 if you count her. They want your witch. They want you. And they want Ravaran.
Ravaran?
Rasvin.
Yeah.
One and the same.
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
They want Ravaran. That's a plot twist.
No. They want Rasvin and they want Malmir.
Do you know why?
Chill run down your spine, man.
Myself and Rasvin, I know.
Well, they want all spellcasters, but I imagine... I don't know. I would be guessing.
It's fine. You are
Free to go?
earning your way through their ranks, as you've said.
Are we done?
How about you change the message? You say you hand it over to somebody who is out of town. Do they have the same powers as we do? Or is it just a person who you talk to?
Make an insight check. I'm speaking to him.
Seven.
Okay. There's no honour left in it now.
There was honour before.
Yes. I was going to be something.
They would throw you away as quickly as they brought you into their ring.
They're mutilating the
That is
spellcasters.
funny coming from you.
So, as I say, how about you change the message? You lie. You seem to be good at lying if you have remained in our midst, unknown and not detected by us all.
Keep your head for a little longer.
Because I really want to kill you.
I'll bet you do, Gartok. I'll bet you do. I imagine it's the most that the both of you can do to avoid murdering me right now, isn't it?
I don't want to murder you.
Oh.
Well, I'm thinking about it too, big man.
It is what you want, isn't it? You would rather die here and not deliver any message at all.
I want to live.
Then you deliver
But I know
die.
what you two are.
Well, us two are. What are we?
Killers. An easy choice to make for you. I'm inconvenient.
You are murdering people by proxy by delivering these messages, so you are just as much a killer.
Opposed to you who are actively murdering people.
I've not murdered anyone.
I'm sorry, I was still referring to these two.
We digress.
I can start.
I've witnessed, I've stood there and witnessed them kill.
Would you still be happy to work for those people, to rise through those ranks, knowing what they're doing to spellcasters, knowing they're mutilating them and draining them of their power?
In the past, I thought it was the wrong thing to do. I could not understand why somebody could inform them. Why someone could go to them and give them information about
Those
you.
who are trying to protect you.
But as time has gone on, I've seen the logic.
What is the logic?
It's the only way to be something. To make yourself important in someone's world. You just only see it as your point of view. There are lots of points of view. Yes, you won't understand. Yes, I'll deliver your message. Change your message to whatever it is. Or just finish the job and kill me again.
As
As I said,
Again.
I do not want to kill you.
Just kill me.
My intention was never to kill you. It was to intercept you, find out what you were doing, what the message was, and if possible, change it.
Could you just do me a favour and empty your pockets, please? I just want to have a quick look.
Okay. So he can't do foul on anything because he's in a bit of a bear hug from.
Oh, sorry, I'll help you.
Make a perception check.
3. Do I get advantage because he's
Yes.
Good, because that's 22.
All right. He has a pouch at his side. He's wearing Helvetian-style armour. He has a ring on his finger,
Ring?
sword, and stuff like that.
I'm mainly looking for documents. Does the ring feel magical?
It does.
Check the side.
You pull the ring off him. His image changes to Tony.
Wait, what?
Oh! Tony.
Tony. Yeah.
Tony. Motherfucker!
So he did kill you once. He gave you the chance to better yourself.
Who's Tony?
Tony is someone they killed a duplicate of a while ago.
Yeah, we definitely got him.
Oh yes, the duplicate of it. How fortunate!
Unboxing the ring.
We knew that he was giving secrets alone.
I will draw the vorpal longsword.
Yeah.
And
He closes his eyes.
depending on how Gartek's holding him.
He's a fake anyway, kill him.
Yeah,
he's a bit of a
Okay.
Well, I had a hand near his mouth, and he was talking, so I guess it would have dropped to probably around his throat.
Shit the bird.
If he was
Make an
speaking.
attack roll. Make a attack roll, Harvey.
They don't call him the murder squad for nothing.
There's a lot of history here.
I haven't killed a man in captain for a long time.
I've been such a good girl.
2 sessions.
It's been
It's time to treat myself.
That's gonna hit him.
25.
Yeah, so regardless of how Gartok's got him, you slide the sword into him, his eyes go wide. Life vanishes from his body as his eyes glaze. There's a slight upturn of his lip as he smiles briefly. He's gone.
Checking his ears.
No earring.
I'll wipe my blade on his clothes.
I'll put the ring on.
Your image changes to Roland.
Oh shit! No! It's not me!
This is useful. You have a way to deliver
Roland.
I'm gonna get back up on Altigo.
What do we do with the body?
Bring it to Malamir.
Pterodon dead.
We've got a bit of walk, I'm sorry.
Come on.
Throw him here.
If you put the ring on Altivo,
What are you going to put the ring on?
We have those who
How many will that be?
influence.
Yes.
Alright, we should get you back to the rest of the party because they're obviously sat out while you're doing this.
Yeah.
We'll take his horse and we'll. It's a couple miles.
Water to feed everybody.
So I guess we'll take his horse and ride back or whatever.
I'm still
Relatively black.
I will put it on your character sheet.
Just roll it.
Roland ring at the moment.
We need to
Very specific.
send
It hasn't been identified fully, so.
Got a bit of jam or something to be right.
Okay, so they come back to the location with the rest of the people. So everyone's back together again after that little escapade.
Does anybody have sending stones? Because it
Yes.
might be a good way of talking between the parties.
We have stones.
We have some stones. They can use once a day.
Yeah.
And they require attunement.
We could use them between the groups to coordinate our attacks.
I never use mine at the moment because of the fact that he's attached to Corums and he has his attuned either. But if we could, I would be willing to lend it to two other
Yes,
one between groups.
Yeah.
Yes, it would. Yeah,
Probably
it would
the
be.
people going after the prisoners and the people on the ships. That would be a good thing.
Yeah.
Just want to say, oh, we're on the way out. Get ready to ship out some prisoners. Or oh, it's gone tits up.
Yeah, and double back and get us.
That's 2 Tonys killed now.
We've had a bit of a plan. That if one of the spellcasters could polymorph me into a sperm whale into the water, I could carry people in my mouth
Right.
underwater to the docks
Okay.
to then let people out.
With water breathing, I presume.
Well, I'd then carry them in my mouth so no water got in.
No, it's bristles, water goes in. They don't have teeth.
Yeah, you'd have to have water breathing then. Because I was just thinking like not David Jones, he was the guy who lived in the whale's mouth.
But a mouthful of dead people.
I guess I could be over the water for a bit and then you'd all have to hold your breath.
You could tow rafts.
I mean, what an entrance though. I mean,
well, that way I'd lift them in, and then I could take out some of the ships with me. We could set up a signal, and then either somebody could drop their concentration, or just leave me as a sperm whale, and I'll just wreak havoc at the docks of the whale, and they won't really know it's me.
No, we're setting fires at the ship.
Sure.
That's the best way.
Well, yeah, you do that afterwards, but while I'm away, I might as well.
How about setting fire to the sperm?
Crazy idea.
And dropping you from a height to become a meteor.
Yeah, how does HP
Stuff like that.
Yes.
Don't whales often get stuck in like bays?
Depends how deep.
Yeah, exactly.
They get dragged back out to sea. They get stuck.
I mean, they get beached, don't they? But it's not a beach.
No,
Yeah,
but I
but
think
depends what time of
they
day.
get stuck in like little ports and stuff as well.
It'll be at night.
Depends if we've got a dry dock or anything near them.
I can imagine you get stuck on the
I
bay and
could
have to
just
roll
splash my tail on the big waves.
What to do?
Yeah, where are we now?
Definitely in regards to the ship group, we've got
We beat them.
Crassus
When
and
all
I
the soldiers go
have
to
put our
it,
heads together
he
and we've got
transforms back,
somewhat of a
goes,
scouting plan.
So it's Crassus
You could fill me full of
and
explosives.
Crassus, myself and Gunther,
you are
Captain Percival.
Captain Percival.
They'll all float
Captain
out, and then all
Percival
they'll have to do is
Wainwright.
somebody have to go out.
The fourth.
My current vessel is a little bit indisposed at the bottom of the ocean. Currently taking a bit of a nap. with some
Hopefully
holes.
not
Yeah.
because of your
Oh my
skill
god,
as a captain.
Eli and I had a bit of a disagreement.
Build
and,
one
Well, my skill as a captain is not in
I'll
doubt.
swim in and I'll let all the explosive
She
barrels
saw it
and
fit
stuff.
to
I'm yet to
me.
lose a
And then
ship.
somebody flies in.
Perhaps by merit of not having one, but I'm yet to lose one.
Okay, so Crassus, Captain Percival, Wainwright. Anyone else in that group so far?
We would like to ask some of the Stonewall company that Gunther was with if they could join, just for more of the commandeering and maybe holding off a patrol or two whilst we got the surrounding civilians onto the boats.
And potential ship destruction.
Yes.
So that's those two, Gunther. Anyone else?
I travel with Gunther.
Dagger.
How much is it worth?
I'm not much of a swimmer, but
After that substantial
There's a
reward
cost for saving
that we
people's
got last
lives.
time, after I found out you'd taken a dragon horde as well just before that.
I never took the dragon horde. I've been in the tower.
There may be some shop fronts near the docks, which
I'm getting paid
will
right,
now
though.
be
As part of our plan, we also propose to take a skeleton crew of Helvetians to man the
a short
ships.
walk from there to the boat.
I'm sorry, love, I'm not.
We could either travel by the coast or in small boats, or by whales.
Instead of using the sperm whale, I don't know if boats in a shop, fire ship in,
You start your own shop for whatever good you like, love.
probably
I'm interested in getting
Their own
paid.
siege weaponry by chance.
They do.
Towed by.
They do. The thing they don't do well, they don't do magic well, and they don't do ships well.
But they can do siege
maybe
weaponry.
not.
And they do anti-siege weaponry like spikes and stuff around the tower. Potentially.
Yes, they can do that.
I'm sure Corin will pay you a substantial fee.
I don't know. Yeah, almost putting up a false defence.
You should be the tactical nautical team because it's also TNT.
Yes.
I still say we call it Operation Pincer.
I second
There's a ring to it.
You shouldn't attack straight on, you should attack from the side.
We will move horizontally. It will confuse them, for they will not know from whence we came.
Good sake, I turned the wrong person.
You're an arquebuser. You look like a crab.
Payment up front.
He's got a massive crab
Yeah,
on as well. He's just
Okay.
fully into it.
So you're sorting out one team
Yeah,
to
so-
attack the boats.
4 people so far have volunteered themselves for the boats.
Is Mr. Stonewall helping
And
us
I
with
bet
the
you don't.
boat
Mr.
assault?
Stonewall will not budge.
Not until I agree my fee.
What is your fee?
A damn sight better than we got last time.
What was that?
It was 2 platinum each.
I thought that was quite respectable.
It was, and then we found out that these guys took a dragon horde.
Well, no. You took an agreement out
For a
and which you were
substantial.
paid for. Yes, but substantial is not a finite amount, is it?
Okay.
To a normal working man, 2 platinum is a lot.
How much do we need for this one? Because I think we have them by the proverbial
Testicles. Because we can do the boat.
Harbinger, whilst they discuss what their fees, I would like to point out that I don't want a fee, but I would like to lay claim to the ship that I repurpose from their docks.
Or if they've not been eating them, we'll make better use.
As long as that has no other owner, that would be fine.
We can then provide shipping for the recovery and rebuilding of Myste-Hass.
I want a shop inside Myste-Hass, a nice big one that I can use for my tinkering. And a substantial reward for this.
What is a substantial reward to you?
Write a contract paper.
Start writing and I will read it and I will make any changes which are
Contract off.
This is next
Contract v contract.
I reject your contract.
Right, so this is going to be Operation Pincer. Alright.
So, can we just clarify? Operation Pincer is who? And
Josh.
Raise a hand. Raise a hand.
I'm happy to go, but I need support.
So we've got 2 people on Operation Pincer. Anyone else Operation Pincer?
I'm Operation Pincer.
If I get knocked to the wall,
I
don't know if we're going to take.
you're going to go with them.
One of the Jack of Snappers will be
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Mr. Stonewall, what
That makes it viable at 6, but they can take one more.
gold each. But he's only
1,000 gold each.
What was Stonewall said? I don't need that.
Anyone who doesn't make it back still has their payment.
Sounds like you are all doing individual deals.
No, this is all going to be one, but we're going to.
That is not what you'd specified. No, the deal has been done. Captain Physical just wants to vote. Crassus.
Well, obviously not, because
I'll commandeer one of those vessels.
I
can make
Two deals done.
And then we'll come to that bridge when it comes.
You said you wanted to write your own contract, so you will write your own
We're going to make a contract on it, and it will come to the time.
That's not what I think about money.
To build a bomb, are you really needing that slightly damaged in ice stone?
You are not having any
Good
such
sir.
nice stuff.
I'd like to remind you, or I guess tell you, since you didn't know this, that Requiem is not in the business of creating weapons of mass destruction.
It's not, it's just a distraction, it's like a giant firework.
It is still not mass
We put it
destruction.
on a boat.
Janai Stone exploding has an
Is it?
untold
Wait,
amount
who
of
is that?
damage. You could
Josh,
easily shoot yourself.
Joel, Xander, Sam, Gaz, Lee, and
Okay, Jack.
Archie wants the.
Are you going to do?
I bet
Stonewall
I don't know if I'm taking
one
Jack.
and
Who are you
Manager
taking?
Jack.
I don't know which character I'm
If
taking.
there's a split, I'd rather do something with Malamir than.
Okay.
It depends on if they need a fight or if they need to. We can help with
So we've got
making a
6.
bomb.
You got 6 for
Probably going to
sure.
do this on separate nights.
I need that relic to be made before I push anything. It's going to be a day.
One day.
Well, there won't. Yeah, there won't be a split, will there? Because it always has to be you. But the problem is just making sure that it's only one session for Archie that week.
Okay.
So if we have a Mrs. Stonewall and a Malamir session.
Bron said he would.
Sorry, what is this? Sorry, is this planning out the session? Sorry, what? Who's doing who?
Just the pincer one, really. I was just thinking about logistics of having.
Khalil will be who with Gunther and Jack and all them lot.
Mrs. Stonewall Adventuring Party Limited.
Yeah, I'll be with the Adventuring Party.
That would put us at 8 at the moment, unless.
That frees up Archie figures just to
Okay, unless okay.
I don't mind going with the dragon lot if there's too many people, but I'm not very stealthy.
How is Cal, whatever his name is?
Khalil.
Yeah.
Starts with K. Here's K-A-H.
Nathan. How do you spell your name? Not Nathan, the other one.
Khalil.
Yeah.
K-A-H-L-I-L.
Okay.
It's going to be really hard because there's multiple characters.
We're looking at between we're making kind of flammable kind of explosive we can put on board and all set for a timer, and we can both create clockwork devices. So we want to try and make them into little clockwork kind of like timers, so we can put them all on the boats and then they all go off at a set time.
Okay.
The boats. But it'll be a big job.
Okay.
We'll probably have we'll try and play it in the background. So we'll explain we'll try and work out how we would do it.
So I suppose what we need to work out is how long it's going to be before the mission is launched. How much time do you have?
Yeah.
And it would be great if you guys could specify what your goals are, even though we don't know what will actually happen, just so I can write that down. So what's the really basic plan?
So the basic plan is steal 2 ships.
How are you going to get there?
Oh, so we're going to get there via rowboats?
So if there are rowboats available outside of the dock area, in the possession of people from the tower, we will use those. If there's not, we will shadow the coastline in under cover of dark. Well, we'll do it by darkness anyway to avoid the
So head along the coast via rowboat or...
I'll just stay above water.
Or foot if necessary.
We'll be approaching on the eastern side.
Yeah, if a spellcaster could lend us a spell slot, I don't mind being turned into a sperm whale and staying above water.
I'm just imagining you in the estuary.
It's a way to get
down.
there.
Can't fucking go any further.
And then I said the plan is to commandeer 2 ships and set fire to the rest.
The rest?
To the whatever's left in the dock.
Is it in the southern docks?
The southern docks.
Yeah.
Wait, if you're on
to start distraction.
I could just open my mouth and you could
Then secondary objective being get as many civilians as we can on the ships, so that we can save them.
Okay, thank you very much.
What time of day would we be doing it at?
Cover of darkness.
Yeah, cover of darkness. I'd like to go in.
So early.
So
like
what, late in the evening or like going to dawn or?
Just past midnight.
Yeah, so we want to get there hopefully definitely before they've woken up. But we want to be obviously in position, ready to pull the big main force down to deal with the distraction of the fire and all that jazz. Ready for it making easier for people to slink in with the dragon and Ragamuffin and whatever his name is.
So that's Operation Pincher. We got a full crew for that.
Yes, 7 people. That's Crassus Crabman, Captain Percival, Wainwright, Gunther, Dagger, Till, Jack, and Khalil, and a skeleton crew of Helvetians.
Yes.
You could have had a literal skeleton crew of Helvetians where Nigel was in.
That's true. Okay, so Dragon Assault, or whatever that we're going to call that group. Someone could come up with a catchy name.
Operation Certain Death.
Is this the sneaky one?
So, Operation Certain Death.
Is this the sneaky one?
I think we should call it Operation Marshmallow.
Operation Marshmallow, yeah.
Still think though we should be sending someone like the
chestnuts roasting on an open fire.
Yeah.
The dragon, no.
I have
So, because he did a dream to him.
Get the bombs
Don't worry,
on
I've spoken to
and
Russ
make
and
them
he's
invisible.
more than happy
Start
to
planting them all around there.
Okay.
Do you know how to use? Do you know how to use the key thing?
He's talking.
So Operation Marshmallow is Olgorin, Dejura. So she doesn't know it yet, but she's happy to go anywhere. She messaged me.
I suppose it depends how.
Reinhold would like to come, but obviously I'm clanky pots and pans man. I could probably put on some hide armour. Obviously the AC drops. It depends on how much you want.
Right, I'll just write down Reinhold, question mark.
Yeah, if it's sneaky then no.
Is it with a D or a T?
It's a D.
Reinhold.
So it's Reinhold, it's the German kind of.
We just go
It's the noise, it's the class.
Yeah, I think it does now.
I'm more than willing. You guys going to need healing. Yeah, plus 10 to the stealth roll.
Okay, so Operation Marshmallow, who got that?
Yeah, Operation Marshmallow. We've got Olgorin, Dejura, Reinhold.
Tinker's sort of workshop.
Magic and science.
This is the dragon.
Is
So-
it and Gunfer?
Yeah, who's going in to free the dragon? Who wants to go in and free the dragon?
Who's that?
Right, I can pull out if you don't want me to go, or if you want me elsewhere.
I think the idea was that they were just going to sneak in. They just need to get close to the dragon.
I'm going to put some perspective on it.
Yep.
That's a gargantuan dragon.
It's the most powerful dragon you can face, right?
It feared till.
Do you like be interested in the dragon? You were thinking of, sorry. Do you like be interested in the dragon?
Question mark? Do you?
So Duke.
I'm just trying to be sneaky with the dragon as well, aren't you? You're just
Alright, probably not put Reinhold in then if we're going sneaky.
Yeah, would you,
In other words,
You just need the
what
stealth,
about,
don't you?
yeah, like, oh, I don't know.
You just need the stealth people that can get in,
The Requiem armor.
get rid of the collar.
And then
Because you don't want to be fighting, do you? Because you don't have.
You want to get in, get the collar off, and get out.
Before.
And if you can get down to the docks, you can beat us at the docks type thing. Or get people in the
Probably
arena.
within Equil.
It's no use. I think the level going in there for
Looking
getting
to relocate.
if the dragon attacks, then
Yeah.
the option is to make the dragon not attack. Unleash its attack.
Somebody with a little bit of charisma. So, friends come along.
You need to talk to
Friends, possibly go along.
Fred's good on that. Man, I could not have imagined a higher level party going on the dragon mission.
Anyone else?
I mean, as based on the cross.
Comic, and he's a druid, so he's the perfect man to go and do that.
So he can just go, it might hurt, but we're going to remove the collar from you. Bear with us for a bit.
But the
Not gonna
grin
rip
that
the collar
Jamie
off,
just
we
had
will
then,
all
oh, is he draconic speaking druid, is he?
Alright. So Operation Marshmallow, sneak in to remove the collar.
Yeah.
Olive will go on that because she's got past that, and Trace can transform into a panther.
Okay,
Alright, Olive.
Go Olive druid.
How's that now? Is that 5?
We've got 6 people. If Duke goes.
You want to build it, correct?
Okay.
Duke goes as well, yeah?
Yeah? Is that alright?
Leave that as 6 then, if no one else is volunteering it. Someone can always opt to go on it
Can
later.
we just discuss what that plan is? How are they getting here?
Well, the other option is Rasfin can transform
resources.
as many people as he can see in a 30-foot radius into anything he wants. You can
Pigeons.
Carry it in with the main group and then we'll let them off maybe.
Shook him over. Shook him over the fence.
Could be commoners there. He
Full
can change their appearance,
basically.
their appearance to look like
Okay.
bees. Seeming. That's another option.
Seeming.
Use up some resources.
Remember, you still got like bird to curse.
Is Andrea? Shall I put Andrea down? Question mark on that one.
I'll stop this.
Roland.
You still got people like Kenneth as well who were.
When he puts it in his pocket, his penis turns into Roland.
Does there need to be a group that guards the tower?
I think if we don't take the town, I think the tower's screwed anyway.
Well, there's still that.
You need to put the people
that fortress outside, isn't there?
It is a bit of an all or nothing.
We've taken the one on the way to the town.
Okay.
So the one that guards the road is already in our hands. Is a good forming up point to prepare beforehand.
We need to potentially send the civilians elsewhere.
We covered as far. We covered
Alright,
Operation Prisoner Rescue. It was called.
Yeah, let's just
Pizza.
confirm how the dragon people are getting in, so that we know what resources being used and how they have to go with and
Well,
when.
is the West Dock sewers? Where's that lead? It leads up to the centre, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Duke's got in out before on a rowboat.
Yeah, that's the same. Me and Datora have got in via a rowboat.
Same as the other group. The group will get larger who are going down by rowboat, but they could go in through the sewers instead of.
Yeah, I think we should go through the sewers.
So they're travelling via rowboat,
Sure, to storm the front gate. You can't see me.
entering through the sewer system.
But they're making their way to the.
The sewer system comes up quite far away from the Temple of the People.
So the people right up to the northeast.
It's in the separate section,
Can everybody
and
cast,
all the
Myste-Hass?
entrances come up in the centre of town.
So we don't do that then, do we?
No.
Getting in from the northeast.
Well, the
What
dragon,
about Burn?
The dragon is right next to the outer wall. Do you want the map? So there's a map there. It's right
It's
next
up to the top right, isn't it?
Yeah, right next to
inside
the
the
outer
wall.
wall.
Is there no way to create a small hole that people could crawl through without too much?
This is an area I'm very familiar with myself.
Yeah, that would be. If you went to that side of the wall, could the sneaky people somehow get through? Because there's like stone shape, there's like wood shape.
Corridor. I already have one. I was supposed to climb.
Or like dig.
Mould earth.
Yeah, maybe mould earth could create a hole underneath.
If you're changing anyone's shape within a 30-foot radius, why don't you just do rats? Rats will get anywhere and
No,
everywhere.
it's not. It gives the illusion.
Yeah, just make you look.
Oh, okay.
And it's more humanoid. You can change sort of minor things about them.
But you could go up to the wall. You could mould earth a hole in the wall if you were sneaky enough. Crawl under, and then you're in.
I don't think the walls are going to be just.
If they're not sneaky enough, then they're attacked. Dead.
I think the sewers up there are the best options.
So all going to be based on the dice rolls.
It is the more vital of the missions is the dragon is set free.
I think
But that's an hour's travel for whoever's there.
Quietly. you have an hour rest over point which you're going to protect Burn. If Burn is killed, sorry Burn, you're stuck there.
Question: Sending stones, will they work between the two planes?
There's a small chance that they won't. It's like 5% or something.
I think what if they get into there, they use a sending stone to coordinate everybody, and then they can just come out. They don't have to be exactly on the hour and time it exactly right, but they can be ready. They can coordinate them all with the sending stones.
You only get one message with the sending stone. So
It could just be because we need them to time with the explosions on the boats, don't we? And we have a plan
Spook the dragon, it might make it a lot harder.
what we're going to do is water walk for myself and we're going to go invisible for an hour. We're going to sneak onto the boats, planting all the parts that are on a timer. Then once we have them in place, we can hit the sending stone to everybody and say go.
I would imagine
all coordinate.
I'd say the dragon should happen first, because if you start the explosion before you saw the dragon's going to get spooked.
Dragon's going to go off.
So is dragon first?
Dragon needs to be first.
The dragon's probably just sleeping.
So you need to give like 30 minutes or something for them to... Well, you know what I mean? You need to give about half an hour to sort the dragon out.
Why don't they have a sending stone? The people in the plane have a sending stone. Once the dragon is free, they hit the sending stone to you guys. Once I see a dragon get up and go, then the bombs can be...
Yeah, can you manually detonate?
Don't think so, no. It'd be asking a bit much. It's only clockwork tinkering that'd be kind of...
So like wind it off and leave it.
That's what we usually do. Anything else on there would probably be just stretching it a little bit further.
Burn, I think, is the best way.
It's the most reliable.
It's got a risk to it, but it's most reliable.
It's most reliable.
It's a smaller risk and then the dragon part.
What about
the ancient red dragon?
I know you don't speak often, but what about your sister as well?
That actually is quite good.
Just a little bit.
What about
How many stones did you have?
I'm sure Tabby would be more than happy to make an arrangement with you.
I could take out my but...
And with yourself?
Say your social's name?
We don't see eye to eye.
I know there are tensions.
Is that the one you're bringing on?
STAVRS.
Having may make a deal with you, but not with me.
Yeah.
Why don't we time it? The main groups are the assault group and
I can't
the
speak for
dragon
her,
group.
but I would be
I'm
careful
gonna set
about
the
listening
timings
to
for a
whatever she
certain
did
time.
say if you did make a deal.
And that'll be it. I will work on a backwards time. The dragon group can go in. The ascending's going. If the dragon all goes wrong, then they've warned you guys get out. If we blow up the boats and we still have the other one, we can still escape out to sea. And then the two sending stones just work with you
I have
guys.
not
I will just work
heard
on a
of
time.
her for some time.
And we'll like
And I have no real need
He
to.
survives.
So I would aim to go them on as sunrise goes, because we don't have watches or anything like that, so we can't time it a certain way. As soon as the sun rises, the explosion will happen.
Alright, so we're working on timers.
Get them just as they get them out of bed in the morning.
That's it. Always get them at the door.
I just accidentally made that quote thing, and I don't know how I did it. You know that one I was trying to do with
If you could cut through metal with a stack, you could just unanchor all the boats.
Alright, so Bern is going to take this group to Anglan, rest for an hour, and then teleport them into the Temple of the People. Is that right?
That sounds horrendous. I'm glad I'm not in that party.
With ascending, that sounds like something Dramos would be very good at.
It is my fate.
I'd rather do that
Better than Fred at that, but
last time
I think Dramos is needed elsewhere for this one.
Minotaur thing pierced.
Okay.
Would love to go back to Anglan.
So that's Operation Marshmallow.
Sacrifice
Then they will talk to the dragon and attempt to remove the collar and turn the dragon against its captain.
I'm already sure we will need to send another dream tonight. Give him.
They will be frightened of the dragon.
Images of those.
You haven't got like Fred trying to put the dragon to bed. The problem is that the dragon will probably end up drinking it. I'm going to charm the dragon.
With Fred, I'm imagining a dragon and donkey kind of situation.
I know. This is.
We dealt with a donkey before. That was a fucking angry.
You're going to have to make a natural 20 constitution.
Alright, so what's phase 3 then?
What's phase 3?
Everyone.
Yeah, guys, we're in 1,000 conversations. Phase 3, what's phase 3?
Blow shit up.
Operation Harbinger Murder Squad.
Operation Vacation in Absalom.
Operation
Ramaran gets
back.
Well, you can combine dinner first and then.
Can you make an anti-magic zone?
No. Reinhold would very much like to be on that one.
Could you cast
yeah.
Could you
Yeah, I think it's definitely on that one.
So it's Boombolt and
I think that's just.
So,
It's
phase 1, blow up the boats. Phase 2, disable the dragon's collar. Phase 3, go and deal with the big nasty wizard.
Yeah, cutting off a leg, an arm.
Okay, so this group is Reinhold,
Harbinger.
Harbinger,
Harbinger
Gaza.
Murder Squad.
You did murder in front of everybody tonight, so everybody knows it's true.
It's Tony.
Orin, Olive, Garzok, and Dramos.
Rama.
It's alright, it's just Olive.
She didn't wash her hands when she came back.
Olive's used to it.
Killed somebody.
Corin,
And Olive's quite sure it was his fate anyway.
Raspin,
We'd be scared to go to town last
We haven't got a choice. We're headed after Ravran.
Corin. That leaves space for one more.
Only one
We've
more.
got Reinhold, Harbinger, Gartok, Dramus, Corin, Raspin, Malamy.
I reckon.
Well,
He's not looking sure.
Well, there's like Verticus and things.
You can bring your crew with you.
You can take Verticus.
No, sorry, not here.
Well, Hal, Nazak, a bunch of people still haven't got a mission. So there is still Silith.
Well, they
still,
can the people who
and
are going to be
Verticus.
involved could just
But-
defend the tower. Like,
Yeah, they could.
I'm just thinking if Verticus goes, then you've got another character, and you haven't got somebody hasn't got to play
Well,
two
have you
people. And
Have we got anyone actually approaching the town through the sewers and through the catacombs?
I think that's probably.
We're on the boats at the moment. The question is are we just leaving the prisoners? Because that's
Yeah,
three
there's no one getting the prisoners out in this.
that might be the group of Verticus because he knows that route.
Yeah, the fourth mission could be was Operation Blow It Up gets ready to blow it up and secures the two ships, there could be another party that then goes to the arena to free them to then bring them
I
back
think
down.
it's
to
gonna
the
be.
ships
I think it's gonna be. We'll hang out at the docks as long as we can. If you can free people while you're at the
All
arena,
that
and
just
then
fights their way around the
to
city,
docks.
taking out what they can.
We'll hang there as long as we can.
Okay, but we're on Operation Merge Squad right now, so it's that final person. I think it should be Malamir, but it's up to Malamir whether he wants to lay those stones.
It's that, or you have another combat
I
person.
don't think Operation Pincer and this one's going to be on the same night anyway, is it?
No, it won't be.
So Malamir can do both.
This one will likely be the last night.
Yeah.
Because otherwise the dragon will be used against us.
Yeah.
Level 4
Level 5.
I've got one level 5.
If Operation Marshmallow fails, it might still be used against you.
Yeah, it's Operation
Marshmallow kind of the pivotal bit.
In truth, we probably need to understand what the outcome of Marshmallow is before we kick off the Ravaran.
Yeah,
that's completely different.
That's what I mean. The
dragon.
They're happening simultaneously, so you don't get to know how it works before it happens.
Some of us will know.
Well, some of you will know.
Well, according to my rules, it could be really good or really bad.
Are you guys going to do it as we blow the ships up? Because that's slightly after they've
we're timing
started.
it so the explosions will be timed for sunrise. The two sending stones we have, one's going with the dragon party, and one's going to stay with the guys in the plane.
We normally
And
have
as soon as the dragon is released, they then send on sending stone go. They pop out the portal on the other side and attack.
So if
And they're all
the
coordinated at the same
ships
time.
blow, that means
Is
that
there-
the...
No, because the dragon's getting done first.
Is there a cleric going
Because
on
the-
Sending stones
Yeah, but-
won't work because you'll be on a different plane.
They do work, it's just a small chance of failure.
Planes?
Yeah, sending does.
Are you sure?
I'll have a little look, shall I?
Yeah, because
and then the hope is that
5% chance of failure.
that means the
Does
dragon
the-
will be
does the
sorted,
dragon
then we blow
group
the ships,
contain a
and then when they
cleric
see the
that
ships
can cast
blow,
a third level
they'll
spell?
know that the
I'm not a cleric. No, it's
Yes,
Olive.
they can give it the attack, the assault.
She's
squad.
not built for healing.
The assault
She
squad
has
will be-
healing abilities, but that's
No,
not.
no, can't she
The assault
cast
squad's in the
sending?
plane waiting.
No,
No.
she's not a cleric.
Oh, okay. we have no cleric on that party whatsoever.
Do you have Earth?
Yeah, you went.
Yes,
you went. Don't fucking
that's,
send any
that's
healers.
exactly what I'm doing. That's exactly what I'm doing. That's where I want to go.
In regards to the sending stone, it just looks like as long as one person's holding it whilst the other talks, it works. It doesn't. It's not affected by planes or dimensions or
they're not
anything.
there to fucking fight the dragon.
The three
It's
healers,
got a fatal
yeah,
save
yeah,
still.
and then there's Father Howell.
Yeah, it's got like a plus of million and then everything.
What is it? What saves
It just literally says in here.
If it uses them as if it's
Yeah,
in that case,
It's right
Sending stone.
So yeah,
Comes in pairs with each smooth over.
It's a strength 14. He's never gonna. I mean, he's going to have to roll so low. So low. It's going to have to be an actual one.
as long as they stir and then it's just a one. It's just a don't roll a one.
And the other flavour of
So you're basically that. If somebody goes,
Yeah,
you
so-
have to use all your number of spells.
Guys,
Please.
so what's the plan? How are the team who dealing with Ravaran going in?
Well, personally, I'd like to teleport into the same room as he is and be standing right next to him with Gartok on the other side.
Fantastic to just go.
Surprise,
Yeah, surprise, motherfucker.
That's what I'd like.
It's almost teleport in there, kick off the anti-teleport device. That's a key part of our battle plan.
Well, we can't teleport in, can we?
We have no way of teleporting in.
Burn's doing something else.
Gorum said he can do something like
Burn, what is Burn doing?
She's teleporting the group into the dragon. There's no other way for them to get in there to the Temple of the People without having to do a large jaunt through the town.
But they've got sealing on them.
But we can disguise them.
Okay, so you
What are you
want...
thinking?
How long does seeming last?
8 hours.
So you cast it, they have to make their way round the coast, in through the sewers, all the way through, and then up into the centre of town,
as soldiers, something moving through, you know, if we can work out what the normal movements are going north.
Or you reckon?
And then head to the Temple of the Peaceful.
Would it look like nice hobgoblins or something?
Could look like the guards or.
I'll speak to Bird.
The creatures there are hobgoblins.
How precisely can you transport us into the town? Could you put us in the same room as Ravara?
Will we know exactly what room Ravaran is in? It's not an exact science.
Well,
say if I were to take you to Anglan, I would take you to a stretch of woodland I know.
Yes.
We know the building from the scry.
We know the
But
building.
you can't scry once we're in
Oh no, but I mean, we know the building in which he resides. It's going to be early in the morning. He'll most likely be in bed.
Bed, yes, that would be the
I
idea.
suppose you could scry before you teleport to see if he is in
You're going to scry before you plane shift to Anglan.
So there's an hour of
There's an hour of faffing before you
If you do it at like 1 o'clock in the morning, is he in bed?
You might not even need to sleep.
There we go.
You might not
burn.
Alternatively, there is the option that I can transport us to Anglan.
If you scry
And then
him, you'll see where he is.
Burn, if you can transport us straight back. So we can actually scry to see if
where
he's
he
there.
is. Shift and
then
shift.
instantly plane shift twice.
But Burn might be taking the dragon group.
Yeah, but they're talking about
being
illusioning them to look like the guards and then going in through the sewers so that you keep Burn teleport free.
Okay. You want to do that then?
Well, although actually not having the dragon against us would be a good thing, so that might not be a great idea.
Yeah, that might be.
You also have the other option.
She's gonna
you can make a deal with Tabby.
And that keeps you free to tackle.
Keep free to tackle whatever we need to do.
Could Burn teleport the dragon to Anglan?
Willing creatures.
Yeah, but if it's asleep.
They usually take
willing creatures.
people who have wronged them.
Yes, well, I would
They
like
lead
that.
direct.
I just don't want to be in the vicinity when it happens.
You guys might have missed, but Ross said we've got the option of Tabby.
Yeah.
Well, there's another person who can do similar things to them.
I would prefer not to rely on Tabby.
Try and message.
Yeah,
the
she's a
genie.
bitch.
Message the genie, Dramas.
Cannot message the genie.
The group who are going to deal with the dragon,
Need to be teleported.
they will have to spend an hour in Anglan,
That's fine.
which could be dangerous. But
It's in a forest that Bird knows.
The last time
All
I was
you have to do is just not interfere with anything you see. I'll put us somewhere safe.
Have you
Just
got like a
don't
have you got like a
get
Liam and 20
distracted.
hooks or
We'll be
something?
fine.
okay.
Have you got like a Liam and 20 hooks you can do while you're
Gaffetate you to a rock.
Alright, so how are we
Singing a song
getting
of
in?
rest. Totally has been slain.
How are we getting in then? Murder squad.
Do we know where
Deep strike from the sound of it.
where Ravaran
glass all
sleeps? Where is it?
Where he sleeps.
It's Sten's house.
In town where?
Sten's house.
Where is Sten's house?
It's like along the wall. Yeah.
It's somewhere around there.
It's by the Elven Quarter.
Where, sorry?
By the Elven Quarter.
Okay, it's over here.
And all this behaviour is all going to
Yeah.
It's going to be another player.
We just need guidelines, alright?
Yeah, that's it. Just need a list of people.
Yeah, I like your little.
I mean,
Figure it
Make the burn. See the burn. Shut that thing off the rails.
Sorry?
Throw it back.
Yeah.
When I'm in a severe situation.
So we can
We
do seeming to get that grouping.
Okay.
What, the murder squad? What, just walk through the front gate?
Well, or just go in because once I've cast it, you can go away from it.
I'm going to start testing
Without
actually.
drifting in.
Okay.
So it's basically, I'm going to have a chat with Darius,
We could go
he can
south
answer
with the
3
other
questions with yes or
With
no.
our-
And
Through
I'm
the
going to
sewers, straight in the middle of
answer if
town.
it is within his knowledge.
Okay.
Probably
Promise if you get straight in the middle of town and you talk my guys into a fight,
Wait 10 minutes.
We'll do it. We'll just go straight for it. So, commune.
because
All right,
we can
so
wait on the dragon.
what would you ask?
As long as they get in through the night and plan for the dawn. That's it. It's getting you guys in the right place at the right time.
The
dragon
needs to we have to kind of deep strike you guys in on the exact location.
You will need to ride there.
Just don't have very many teleport things.
We should have to teleport. The dragon is right next to the gate. We have
Who would
Roland
not
and
hate one
Ring
bloody slaves?
with a group of people that are not Helvetian kids.
Roland doesn't
Could they
go
bluff
in
their
town.
way in?
Roland
We
doesn't
have
go
his
in
body
town.
here.
He meets someone outside.
He can speak to the dead.
Could he bluff his way in?
You can ask where.
The captives.
We know that there's a person that meets him out of town.
Magic
We do not know
users.
where,
What about
because
polymorph?
In the arena.
somebody was a bit hasty.
Or are they elsewhere?
Can we polymorph or shape change ourselves in?
What about?
Can do that as
I
well.
feel many of my followers
got
are
a
in
lot
the
of
arena.
knowledge. I suppose I don't know how to work out.
We can send
Last
portion
question.
of their.
Any questions for Darius while I've got him on the phone?
Altivo wanted to be in that. Couldn't they fly Altivo in?
We could, yeah. It'd be pretty obvious.
He's
but-
casting commune.
Casting commune. The dragon really fucking hates its captors. So we know that most of the captives, the magic users, are in the arena. I've got one more question, which you can answer yes or no.
If you get caught.
Do you want to ask if what's his name is there?
Morthel.
Morthel. Is
Morthel
Morthel
within the
Myste-Hass?
city?
Is Morthel in the city?
The child of Temperance is there.
No, he's not. Yeah, he's.
Kill him. Let's go now.
What was that? What was that?
Is Morthel there?
Oh no, what spell was that? What would you do?
That was commune.
Ooh,
So I can ask 3 questions and he will give me correct answers.
Oh, was that Reinhold or Olive?
That's Reinhold. Olive doesn't.
Oh yeah, sorry, it's a religious spell. I
Yeah.
thought it might be commune with nature.
Small thing.
Which is a spell.
Artivo
Yeah.
in on the dragon assault. Why don't they ride Artivo in? It's right next to the walls.
They have
Going in for the
wyverns
night.
and they will have people.
Blacken him up. He goes in.
Give it a minute.
Give it a
Steady
Artivo
on.
blackface.
Steady on. Not allowed to do that now.
Since when has D&D been PC?
Let's turn, Altivo into a swastika and put it on the
I was going to say, yeah, if the mules are hands, he's definitely a
Definitely 109.
You still
The
think
dragon
he
is
plays
captured
on
in the
the
city and
So Morthel's in the city. The dragons are very angry, and most of the magic captives are in the arena.
Now you used to enhance character.
So at least we got a little bit more confirmation, so a little bit more certainty.
We've had that
where to
confirmed
go.
like 2 sources basically now, so that's where they are.
But I think dragon being pissed, there's a good chance we can.
Okay, so we're saying we're leaving the method of entering the city blank for that team yet? We're
Well,
going
I
to think
think
on it.
it's via the sewers.
They've
It's
got a
whether
few
we go in
options.
invisible, do we go in under a seeming spell?
thing is-
do we just try and sneak in and get near there?
I think the
thing
sewers
is,
don't make it all the way, do they?
It will use your spell slot, so you'll
They
need to know
do
what
make
they're
it
doing.
all the way to where we need to go. They don't make it all the way to the Temple of the People, which is outside the other walls.
Yeah,
so that's what. So it's good for us. Good for us because
So
we'll
you
pop
guys
up
can
right
travel
in the
through the
middle.
sewers,
Yeah.
and then you can teleport the other team
Yeah.
into the dragon.
So this group
It's
is going to enter through the
I think
sewers.
the seeming, because then you can have a drop on whatever you want to attack, because you're not noticed. I mean, true seeing or getting through the illusion will
Okay.
so don't go
So,
bumping into people.
Yeah.
But
So we are going to go into the sewers and then head for Ravran. Morthel is in the
Okay,
city.
so it's ring of faces, and it will allow you, upon wearing it, to change your appearance into one other set
So
person.
it's just what if
It's
we
as simple
want
as
the
that.
other team
Doesn't need
going,
attunement.
like-
Just put it on,
yeah,
take it off.
Nah, exactly.
does that
Immediately Roland. It's only set to the appearance of one person.
Yeah, I think it does.
Yeah,
I think we can go for
Many
Morthel,
faces, but it's only
but
set to one person. You can't,
we can't hit
but you don't need a
Morthel,
tune, which is.
we've got the God Killer Mace.
We've got God Killer Mace, but that's about it.
You won't be able to self-identify anyway.
No.
You suddenly get what's
So the B team post though, should we just go in and cause them to distraction?
This was a mission
Coming off
for...
something.
Yeah.
Just try and get in and just start taking out, lieutenants and
Well, I'm just questioning
hobgoblins
whether
and
that's the right target.
So Operation B Team, or whatever we're calling it.
Operation B team.
I thought it was Operation Beating.
Operation.
Probably. That's what
So is this the one that's going up through the... Also going up through the sewers?
The sewers are going to be packed.
I think this one is definitely
I'm
Operation
sure so.
Certain Death.
Yeah. Head to the arena, try and free them, take them down into the catacombs and lead them out. Yeah?
So you're not sending the arena people to the boats?
So
We are.
We
but
just have to
through
get the
the
boats
catacombs.
round to the other
to the western docks.
So we take them from the
So you'll need to take them to a cave, which is not a beach.
To get from the arena to the docks, there's a wall on the southern end of town, so you'd have to go through the gates to the docks if you were travelling for the streets.
If you're using this...
If you're using the sewers, you could go under the wall.
Yeah.
And
then emerge somewhere in the docks.
Yeah.
The western docks.
Oh, the western docks.
Oh, no, is that where the tunnel comes out?
Yeah, it is.
It comes out in the southern ones or the
The
western?
sewers emerge in both the southern and the western docks.
Southern would be the best, isn't it?
Southern would be the best.
both ways.
It flows to the ocean.
So you're moving to the western docks, is that right?
No, if we could stay in the southern docks, that would be better.
Yeah.
I just thought that they only came out on the western
Then
side.
we'll hold then until the prisoners come, or until as long as we can.
Okay. Because we'll all merge. Where the fuck are they? They left us!
I just need Altiva or somebody familiar to just tell me how many boats there are in the dock so I know how many bombs to build. Because I'm going to be guesstimating this, aren't I?
No, I can send Gremlin.
Yeah, actually, somebody familiar or Gremlin, everyone, just to tell me how many boats they're going to be...
Tell them I can go.
How many boats? How many boats? Minus 2.
We can just strap guns to the side.
Isn't this an Altibo we need you moment?
Jamie.
Altibo, you're the only one that can do this for
You
us.
scry the docks.
Try the dogs.
Oh, easy peasy.
Yeah, Altibo, you're
Southern docks are filled with ships.
Oh.
Filled with ships.
Get working.
The southern ones or the western ones?
Southern docks.
What about the western ones?
Western ones has some ships in. It's not as packed at any stretch of the imagination. It's got so the southern docks has got the ships that are already there, and the invading fleet are pretty much all there as well. Some are up against the docks, and some are in the harbour.
I think
50 ships.
are they closely packed in or well?
The ones in the actually at the docks, yeah, tightly packed. It's to the point it would actually be difficult for them to get the ships out.
I think
So what I'm fixing now is
we hold the western docks with the spread out. We set a fire in the southern docks that spreads, takes out all of their boats. In the southern, we escort everybody out for the western docks.
Okay, so you...
That just saying, if it's really rammed in the southern docks, so we start a fire in the southern, it's going to quickly spread to all the other ships. If we hold the western docks with less boats in, we can get out, and the tunnel still get to the western docks.
Right, this is important. So western docks. We're
Western
meeting
docks
you
is-
at the western
Yeah,
dock.
western docks is your escape route.
It's the escape route.
Okay, because we don't want to arrive at the wrong dock.
So we're going to the western.
We missed that shit.
Me and...
Meanwhile, at the watchmakers called Eastern Clocks.
All we got to do is...
Where is everyone?
Between the boats, we have bombs between us.
So the escape route for everyone is the ship on the
and
western
right in the
docks.
middle.
That's for
We set fire to the whole lot. The fire spreads through
Do
the
you need
southern
to get
area.
on the boat, or can you attach it from the outside of the
This
boat?
is when we all agree to get on the ship and just
On the
fuck
inside
off.
we best because we
No.
can look for the best place.
You can get on and in each ship 50 times.
No, we're not doing all 50.
No,
All right.
we get just certain ones, like the ones on the outside, the ones on the inside get caught up.
Yeah.
Operation B Team. Father Howe, Sith, Nazak, Jarek,
Of course.
Burtkus.
Yeah, I'd say Burkus probably will be on that.
Is this the rescue?
Double paladin.
Is that still as the Burkus?
It did say there was undead and ghouls in the...
For a good cause, I'm sure they'll work it
I
out.
must subscribe. Is there anyone else?
Is this just rescued prisoners?
Rescued prisoners.
Okay, yeah,
That Mrs. Stonewall.
How much is the pay?
Yes.
You need to be paid to rescue.
You're not helping us on the dock,
Prisoners.
Mrs. Stonewall.
I don't think a fee was agreed for it, I'm afraid, Gunther. You were
What would you like, Mrs. Stonewall?
300 gold each.
300 gold each.
300.
So I'm risking my neck. It's 1,000 gold.
1,000 gold to risk your neck and 300.
Why it's like you've got like hundreds. You can core him sitting on a chair made of gold.
Gold coins. 20.
I want my weight in gold.
You have your weight in gold already?
Mrs.
You've got
Stonewall,
like 600
gentlemen.
platinum pieces?
Yeah, 20,
700
20
gold.
and that's
Go
it.
down the middle.
Yeah, 20, that's all you're allowed. 2 platinum pieces.
Yeah, I think B team should be just getting prisoners and causing distractions.
Why do you think 1,000 gold is worth your life, Mrs. Stonewall?
Well, as my late husband used to say, number 3.
Sounds painful.
You did know him then?
You never put your neck on the line unless you're being lucratively rewarded.
And do you think 1,000 gold is a lucrative sum?
No, but I'm willing to lower my standards.
So you think you're worth less than 1,000 gold?
No, he thinks he's worth more, but he's lowered it. I could write this one down for you.
No, I do understand what was meant. I took it a different way.
I'm happy to put 100 gold towards his fee. Per fee.
1,000 gold to risk your life to help the greater good.
The greater good.
You say greater good, love. I didn't say those words.
I will do it with this.
Well, you have already said 300 gold is your price. That is a different
If he wants to jump on a
negotiation.
ship,
1,000 gold.
We're tying that one with it.
Is there anything else you would like, Mr. Stonewall, or is it just 1,000 gold?
we're pretty behind on that one. Pretty behind on that.
Pull him in and just put him under the assault group.
We probably need a new tea cozy.
New tea
Gunther's not coming with us, but I'll take that of my own expenses.
So 1,000 gold, you'll pay your own expenses. Anything else?
In advance, if you don't
1,000 gold in advance. How about we do half up front, half once the job is done, if you survive. If you perish, where would you like your money to go?
My 4th husband, 5th husband is in a jail on the mainland. I would have it sent there, please.
Okay, so the money to go to your husband who is in jail on the mainland.
Yes, please.
And that is just the payment up front. I believe that is a deal. $500 gold up front, you pay your own expenses. If you do not make your way back, that 500 gold and any of your possessions are sent to the mainland to your current husband.
Thank you.
500 gold paid after if you survive and the job is successful.
You can consider my warhammer at your service.
Everybody's like, well, if they're getting paid.
We've already wrote a contract.
Yeah. 300 gold.
Yeah.
But we'll cover our contract at the end.
I'm spacing down to set up my business.
300 gold and a shop or a tent.
A shop, a full building.
We'll see what shops are available.
I saw a shit house next to
Run
those.
down.
Do you realise the expenses which go along with the shop? They will all be yours.
Yes.
It is the setting up, it is the repair of the building,
Yes.
it is the employment and the health and safety of those which you employ.
Oh my god.
Payment is made after the job is successful and upon your successful return back to the tower.
So I feel good about this. Let me just make that clear.
Is this going to be like in Armageddon when they give the list and say we never want to pay taxes again? I want to bring back 8-bit tapes and 8-track tapes.
Yeah. Mrs. Stonewall, I want to bring back Tenacious Maiden.
Yeah.
These deals are.
Malmio could probably arrange it.
I've got a lot of parking tickets.
So Mr. Stonewall
This
is
is
1,000 gold, 500 up front.
Yeah, you musicians.
I need to go to
You goals in copyright.
Yeah.
You goals in copyright.
300 gold and a shop for
Khalil.
Khalil.
No, you just
Oh, I didn't write that down, sorry. This is...
gold and a shot for Khalil, but he needs to survive and the mission needs to be successful.
I know he's at the bottom as well.
Do we know of any other mercenaries that we
All right. Well, that sounds like 4 sessions booked.
4 sessions booked
simultaneously.
If you need DMs to run sessions where we're not booked on.
I've got this.
You're all dead. It doesn't matter.
No, the other ones that are going on.
Other people to run
the dragon group. Don't worry about them. They ain't lasting.
God, we're so fucked.
No, I wish you all good luck with your various ventures, and I hope you come out on top.
All the insincerity just bleeds through the words.
On that topic,
So reply back to me.
Yeah.
As one of the founders.
this is from the group.
Don't worry.
Oh, thank you very much.
Open it now.
Open it now.
Do it now.
Don't worry.
I know, but I'm just saying, you can go to me rather than apologies.
So, dragon. Okay, cool. I can make note of that. Rastin, would you send a dream to a dragon?
We all thought that too.
We'll see. I think this is called bribing the DM.
Need some characters. Wait there.
No, advantage on persuasion checks.
Did we say half up front?
Well, thank you very much, guys. That's great.
Just gonna make it another dragon.
Yeah. No, thanks. That's really nice. It won't change anything.
I want my money back.
He's going to ride you really hard in a very pretty scene.
Yeah.
Rastin, do you want to cast a dream on the dragon? Let him know who is going to go rescue him.
A dream on the dragon.
How long have we got to prep for this? Because I'm going to need
overnight
a little bit of time to make the bombs
I need a
and a reliquary. I'm going to need at least 2 to 3 days to prep it.
We haven't got enough
We are
time.
going to need 2 to 3 days.
I need
You ain't got that. Make Molotovs.
Well, then I can't make yours.
Well, it's not. Is it? Are we doing it like tonight?
It's
Or
yeah.
following night?
It won't be time.
So you've got
36 days.
Actually, no,
Day and a half.
yeah, but
Make
it's
bombs.
on import fees.
I'm going to have to use my time to do that.
And
You'll
you
be
need to
thinking
send
now
Roland
when
back
it
out
comes
with
to
a
the
message.
station.
It's not that. It's going
So
to
we
be
need
taking
to speak
2
with the
days.
dead.
And if I take,
Couple of people.
it's not like it takes them 2 days to make it. If I spend all my time helping him, it drops it to a day.
Yeah.
And he needs 12 hours to make bombs. So the bombs and
You've also got to sleep. You've got to eat. You've got to do everything else.
Who
So
we
it's
sent this?
exactly what I'm saying.
Yes,
So I'm
Roland.
going to need the. I can't do both.
It's
I
just,
have to
just do
the bombs, and then just work on them.
Make bombs.
Make bombs.
Make bombs.
He's a charismatic person who can ride up.
I'm going to go and try and find, and then I'll ask for anything flammable from everybody.
You touch my brandy, I'll take your fucking head.
So we have essentially.
It's a limited supply.
This whole time.
So then can I go assist?
If you could assist them, if you're good with like making things and tools and pieces.
Can I take a walk into the basement of the tower?
Yes, you can take a walk in the basement tower. Where specifically would you like to go in the basement of the tower?
Into the room with the denied snowstorm.
Okay.
Before I go, I'm going to cast Death Ward on myself.
Yeah.
Can you make a wisdom saving throw?
Oh, tits.
We've all fucked it, man.
So
Whole plan's falling apart already.
Screws the pooch.
Someone said, before we go, can I? That's always
Yeah,
bad
that's all
news,
you
isn't it?
need.
We're just looking in this last room.
It's always Dave.
Dirty 20.
Good 20. Okay, fine. So, cast F4 on yourself. You head into the room. The purplish glow hits you long before you get that.
I'm sure that I say the correct passwords.
Yeah, deactivate your wards.
Wards and
I've got all
stuff.
the wards.
The room seems to be more full than you remember it.
Okay. Are there any of the stones loose?
How would you like to test if any of the stones are loose?
Well, are there any that are just kind of lying on the floor?
No, none of them are lying on the ground. They all seem to be deposited in the rock.
Right.
I mean, they might be loose. Would you like to try and pull them out?
Dust and see if it
That's
blows
a
them up.
fucking 86 booklet. What do you expect me to do?
I'm going to choose a small one.
Okay.
Dramas will read it.
One of the smallest I can find.
Okay.
And
you will word it so it's very
I'm going to touch it.
Okay, so you reach out with your hand, laying it on this small one.
And just see if I can pull it.
You take 10 points of force damage as you place your hands on it. Violent shock of arcane energy shoots off your arm, and you are forced to pull your hand away from it immediately from the shock of it.
I'll try it again.
You reach out with your hand, same zone.
Yes.
Okay.
Does it make a noise?
Take 20 points of force damage.
20?
20. Your arm is flung backwards from you and your body twists. Stone moves in its position. Just hanging at a slight angle now.
Use the sword and just.
They're only good for bombs.
They're only good for bombs.
How do you know he's not getting
That's the view from this house. Over there. We don't need to go.
I'm going to heal myself first, just in case.
I'm guessing the agreement
we're
now
all
is
in the
to
temple.
not
Not
talk
this
about
one, the other one.
So we actually come on to do
The safe one.
You're going to nuke the damn building.
I had it all planned out. I was going to use shatter on it. It would have been great. It would have been perfect.
What spell are you using?
It's Cure Wounds at 3rd level.
Okay. How much is that going to give you back?
Now
Just want me to. What, you want me to tell you what it gives me, and you'll say whether you can.
Turn that into a flick wound.
10. Say it was 8, doesn't that's 22.
22. Okay, as you cast the spell, you feel your power being pulled from your body. The stones around you glow with even more intensity. You're blinded for a moment with how bright these lights shine. These stones shine with radiant energy, and you can take 22 points of necrotic damage.
It's definitely going to happen.
Stop prodding it.
Honey, are you okay down there? Are you messing with the boiler again?
Every time.
I thought this one was a high priest.
Hell of the order.
Low intelligence high priest.
Yeah.
No, we priests are low intelligence high priest.
What are you going to do, Corey?
I shall leave the room. I'll go back to what was formerly Ardenath Cross's resting place.
Okay.
Yeah, so
And I shall heal myself there.
So, yeah, you go into the room with all the sarcophagi in.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm going to cast the same spell again there.
Alright, you roll it. Let me know what you get.
No, that's better. 16, 17, 25, 29 points.
29?
Yeah.
Okay. So you cast a spell, and you regain 29.
And
Yeah, after the meeting, I would escort like Harbinger, Dramus, and Gartok to where are buried, and Malamé can tag along if he wishes. So there's a resting place of where I buried Ardnath Cross.
I've just asked for everyone to put anything flammable down to Gunther's tent, and I'm off to work.
I'm unsure of where Ardnath Cross's head is.
I'm going to cast the spell again. Same spell.
Okay.
I keep rolling ones.
Thank you for all those.
14, 22, 26 points that time.
I will allow you to heal that many points.
I'll allow that.
Yeah, no, fine. Once you're away from the room with all the Janai stones in, absolutely fine. Works as Darius would expect.
A room with Janai stone sounds horrendous. Just
More
imagine if you blew one of them, they'd all go.
It's just a good thing you didn't tell Gunther
Could
about
Percival
it.
assist on what he was going to assist on instead?
What's that?
Which was the relic remaking, wasn't it?
Because he can't assist.
Oh yes, you're now on.
I can't do.
You're now working in the most dangerous tent within 30 miles.
Yeah. Like,
Fred will be just standing there.
And with the amount of folks, he needs as much time as possible.
So yeah, you
to
can
make
assist.
bombs, so I'll just assist to keep it at
You
that
can assist
day.
on the construction, yeah.
I shall return back to the room.
Okay.
Annie, you really shouldn't touch that boiler.
So you're helping me with
Yep.
the clockwork.
We are
type
the
thing.
bomb makers.
Yeah.
I shall
What
return
could go
back
wrong?
to that stubborn little Janai stone.
Okay.
And I shall attempt to grab it again.
You sure there wasn't help?
You reach out towards the stone, grab it.
And the tower as well.
Yeah, and the one blows up and takes all the others.
2
with it.
points of force damage as you touch it. You are not forced to remove your hand from it. You feel a shock of pain, but your hand is on the stone.
And I'll try and actually pull it out the wall.
Okay. I'm going to need you to make a constitution save for it.
You better make it.
You should have actually sat
Fisted
down.
frickin' situation.
15.
Pull the stone clear from its housing.
Exactly what you needed.
Right, I shall walk out of the Janai stone room.
Alright. As you leave the room, the intensity of the glow dims somewhat, and it takes on the shade of a normal Janai stone, with a glow to it, but not as overbearing as what is in that room.
Is it green? I need a green Janai stone.
No,
Purple.
I need green ones.
Why do you need green ones?
Collecting a set.
No,
I have a bowl.
Gotta catch 'em all.
A bowl.
A bowl.
Or did you bowl it to see things?
It's a bowl which we can communicate at ancient tongue language.
You're a crack.
Oh, do you only need to borrow it?
What? Janai stone?
If someone had a green Janai stone.
Yes, I will borrow one.
It sounds like after Harbinger's speech about how dangerous it sounds like everyone just got Janai stones in their
Everyone on their
pocket.
guns has got Janai stones.
Where'd you get that? Put that back down.
If Raspin ever opens his coat.
Grab a bag of them.
Which one would you like?
It just sounds like okay, enough people have them now, you guys can't have them too.
We've got red ones, green ones, purple ones.
Just don't trip or you'll explode.
Yeah. Hairy pussy, sweaty pussy, stinky pussy.
You want pussy? We got it. An excellent movie.
All right. We have a plan.
I'll wrap it carefully and store it in a small bag.
Okay, wrap it in a small bag. It's fine. As soon as you wrap it up, the sensation in your arm subsides. you feel a lot better about it.
Unless you
Are we
want to
gonna
have a
force
bomb
the dragon to
making
swallow
with
it?
a Janai stone.
With a bomb.
Janai suppository.
One to people and one to
He
the
does,
dragon
thank you.
people.
Ramming up his ass, he's just peeking out and
Just like the match. Watch it go.
Yeah.
One to the dragon people.
One to pincer and one to marshmallow.
Okay, is there anything else before we wrap up for tonight?
He's just helping me out making the bombs, and I'll be in there for the time being, just doing that.
But we need to send Roland back out with his message.
Send Roland back out of his message.
Roland on his horse.
Is that you?
But we need to raise a we need to raise Tony to find out where he was meeting his messenger. Somebody was a little hasty with the
or just speak with the dead.
Yeah.
Did you just leave his body there as well?
No.
Assuming we'll get a chance to do some stuff before we get put in our group
When do
and
we-
move, because it sounds like most of my
36
groups are going
hours.
to be starting in Myste-Hass.
I
pray like hell to Imogen for the 2 priority points I need to be the champion.
I don't mind. I mean, I know we've got a plan. I don't mind if there's an interim session to deal with some stuff before you go. You know, if the groups want an extra thing, I don't mind if we do that. But otherwise, then I'll be going straight for
How
Ground
much
Zero.
time are we going tomorrow, effectively?
Yeah, tomorrow night.
I think you said
Well,
36
it'll
hours.
be yeah, it won't because we're kind of say midday-ish.
We've already cast spells and
before.
things.
Yeah, you're early afternoon now.
Early afternoon. So it won't be tonight. It won't be tomorrow, but it will be before dawn. Yeah.
I will tell you for every day you delay from this point, I'm going to do stuff with the bad guys.
Well, we're doing it tomorrow night, basically.
Tomorrow night. So you're taking tonight, and there's a full day tomorrow, and then going in tomorrow evening.
And then we're
Okay.
getting them in darkness the next day.
Yeah, so the bombs will be set for dawn.
Is there
on
anywhere
that day.
so we can
everyone happy with
purchase
that?
health potions?
Yeah. Everyone happy? So the bombs will be set
Yes,
for that.
in the town before it got burnt.
I'm only quite scared where we are.
There's nowhere that's.
Does anyone have any diamond jewellery anywhere?
They're just going to be small. They're just going to be like kind of large size.
In the Dragon Hall, 3 diamonds of sufficient
All my
value.
bombs inside.
In the dragon.
The Dragon Hall.
So-
Yeah.
He was borrowing other gems.
Orange is it off, or is it? Okay, I'll take up. I'll take up. Corim! Corim! In the Dragon Hoard, 3 diamonds of value 300 gold or greater. When you go through it thoroughly, there are. It was a massive pile of stuff.
I was rather hoping there was.
Yeah, so 3 of them.
Was from the house with.
So they prioritise yourself in your party.
What more gem was
Does anyone around?
You what?
Shape into
Magic.
Yeah.
It's like.
450.
You can't fly. You can't fly.
Overfly the harbour.
Gaz,
Get me the plan.
can't fly. Druids can't fly.
No.
Not unless they take the certain.
No, you need to
No,
be
you've got to be a certain level.
So-
if you go to the moon, you can.
No, you still have to
Archie, you're saying your group want to do some stuff before you go, is that...
I was going to talk to Gar about Argonath Cross.
Okay.
So it's nothing particularly that.
Nothing time consuming that's going to take a full session or anything like that.
No.
It depends what you want to chat
doesn't
about.
really need to be done before we go smack the bitch up.
My bitch up. I mean, fuck what hell, I mean.
Make a religion check. We'll do it now. Do it right now.
Does
Go on.
anyone have a way of getting me the information on where the boats are all
Alright.
located?
No.
We can pick it up right at... We'll do it right at the beginning of the session with your group.
Positions, orientations of boats, so they can best plan where to put
They
them.
did describe it.
Yeah.
I'll probably have a good ass pray to Imogen as well, to be fair.
So Rashford, I'll just get the information from you where all the docks are.
It's very likely we're all going to die.
So I can best.
I'll draw your map.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'd need to scry again.
Yeah. So
Before we set off.
they've got me the information where all the boats are positioned, and then from that I'm just going to work out the
Currently,
optimum
yeah.
places to put all the bombs to.
All right.
the best map
Yeah, well,
find.
boats are very unlikely to move to.
No.
Oh, what's the
No.
message?
Harbinger hasn't.
Right, I'll give you a diamond.
Thank you.
I've got my thing to be on time.
Reinhold, do you have a die?
What exactly do you want to do?
I have 2.
Okay.
So the original message.
Sorry, you've got one. I'll give you a die.
But the disturbance rate is
So there to be some sort of like maybe send us information to say.
Oh no!